Good morning, chat. My name is Penbu, the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux. And today, for once, we're actually programming. It's been quite a while since the last one. We're working today with the Windows Classic Theme Designer by tPenguinLTG, who has also done the music that you hear in this stream. He's very into Windows Classic, and actually, he built a tool that allowed me to make these this overlay that you see here. So it's this theme designer plus that tool, which I still need to get him to release at some point because that was supposed to be out 2 years ago. I'll give him a poke on that at some point. But yeah, today we're working with this. A little bit of a hint here. I was planning to use this for the 100 follower celebration, and we're now at 200, at least on YouTube. On Twitch we're still at 187. So this will be we're gonna do the 100 and 200 follower celebration at the same time, and the idea was that I would make Windows Classic themes for people in chat. And if there weren't enough people in chat with things to make themes out of, I would make them for other VTubers too. Gura moment, yeah. Cool, 539, welcome in. So this one's going to be a little bit of an interesting bit of, I don't want to say it. Let's go this way. The code here is written. Okay, let me pull this up here. I am going to pull up this browser. I have forked the repo. The original repo is here. I'm gonna send this link in chat. It's also in the description if any of you want to take a look at it. And the tool itself is here. But if you see, this was 11 years ago. This code is old. And the code in here, if you know anything about JavaScript, this is all ES5. So we're kind of stuck with ES5 here, and I think one of the stated goals, implicit, one of the goals for this project was that it should run in IE11. Which I don't think it does, because I did see some CSS variables which came later, but I think all the JavaScript should still probably still works. But we're limited to ES5 today, so no fancy ES6 functions or anything like that. Syntax. So trip down memory lane, I guess. Or if you haven't seen ES5 code before, I guess I can go through what some of the differences are. What we're doing today is trying to put an undo history into this, because right now there's no way to undo. More like archaeology. That's the word I was looking for. Yes. So yeah, there's no way to undo here, and for this kind of thing where it's you want to be able to tweak things, it's very good to have undo. So we're going to attempt to add that. I'm not looking forward to this though, because I think the architecture here is a little bit, I don't want to say questionable, but it might be a little bit hard to pick apart. So initially, let me pull up the index HTML. This is not written with any sort of module system really. So we're just working with, or bundler for that matter. So we're working with just plain script files that are all imported into the index file or the HTML file as individual scripts. They do have some scope limiting, I was going to say feature. They do have some semblance of scope limiting, or leakage, encapsulation, that's what I'm looking for. In that they do have an IFE, it does have an IFE, in immediately invoked function expression. because JavaScript vars are all scoped within a function, wrapping it inside of a function means that it won't leak to the global scope as it would otherwise. So in a way, this is kind of like a module, and then it's exposing it to the window explicitly by attaching the results here. This is sort of how you used to have to do it. Nowadays, with JavaScript modules and bundlers and all that, it kind of, well, for the modules, it takes care of that by design. The bundlers will handle all this for you. So we have here WinClassic.js, which looks to be everything specific to the Windows Classic theme. So this bit here, and then this function here is actually a constructor function. This is how you used to have to. This is how you used to make classes or objects. So you have in modern JavaScript, you'd probably write it. You'd probably write it like this: class win classic. Get some. Why am I feel like I'm a little bit out of practice here. Yeah, well, you'd have a class here and then theme.call here. This is the way you extends theme. A theme comes from another file. And then you have constructor, which then contains all this stuff here. And then, in addition, you have all these methods here. So this would be on color change, and then that would contain all the stuff that's in here. And then you'd have on export to INI, and that would contain all the stuff that's in there. So on and so forth. Those are all in the prototype, so that's what this is. Classes are basically syntactic sugar over what you used to have to do here, plus a couple of other restrictions. These days, you definitely should just go with the class, I think. But it is, if you're working with older code, it is good to know the old pattern as well. And even if you aren't working with older code, I think knowing how or what this is sugar over gives you a better understanding and appreciation of what this is actually doing. Yeah, and then these are also all full functions, in part because you want them to be full functions on the prototype, so that it actually works with the actual object that you're calling it on. But also because arrow functions didn't exist back in ES5, so we're going to be writing the function keyword over and over again, assuming that we need any of those anyway. Okay. So what are we looking at here? I feel like I'm a little bit underprepared because I didn't take a full inventory of the things that we need to change here. In the theme.js file, this is WinClassic, which is an extension of the theme object, theme class. Same thing here. This is also another constructor function. So we might need to put things in here, because I think this might be where we need to put things, because we have set item color, get item color. I guess there's style sheet stuff in here, which feels like it's mixing concerns a little bit. Update from style sheets. Oh, so yeah, when I said that this is a little bit, this is going to be a lot to take apart, it's probably because of that. And they have ripple to linked elements. And so the linked elements here, and I think this is going to add a bit of complexity. This checkbox here. So normally in the Windows style theme creator, in the native one, or at least before they got rid of it, if you change the button face, Watch carefully what you see here over on the preview. If you change the button face, it would change the colors of a lot of other elements. So I see all these where it all changes, and this is done so that it's easier to build a theme that looks nice. And it does this by, if we go up here, changing or calculating certain colors based on the button face. But this application also gives you more control in that if you want to change any of the individual color or any of the colors individually, you can also do that. So here I uncheck the link elements, and I'm changing just the button face, and nothing else is changing. So we're gonna have to accommodate that too. This application is using the I think it was using the what do you call it? Was it using MVC, Model View Controller? It's a bit of an outdated pattern these days. I don't think it was strictly that. Because what do we have here? So if we go into here in XHTML, see where it is. So if I think it was at the bottom, not at the bottom. Where's my script? Where is the script? Win classic theme, so Windows on load. Sure. Make SVG inline, that's not it. Was it actually under Windows Classic? Because I think this was just a, I'm pretty sure this was just a class. I'm trying to find where the initialization code is. And how it gets, how all these inputs get hooked up to the, to become interactive. And I don't think it was this, but it also could have been. So theme items, call this import source. Oh no, it is here. Oh man, okay. Export destination, link elements, toggle, use gradients. Yeah, so this is all. So Win Classic is heavily coupled to the UI here. Sure. Import source, that's going to be this one here. So the export and the imports, it takes in a list of lines that were from the theme file, the control panel colors, that section of the theme file. And then you can put it in here and put that in. So, for example, I'm going to do that over here. deviantsart.com tPenguinLTG. He has a bunch of theme files here. I think he made it so that he wouldn't have to spin up Windows for making all of these. So for example, this one, or actually let's go for something a little bit more drastic. This one, Seawater is actually pretty nice. I think it was Seawater. There was another new theme or newer theme that he did. Seawater Soft. Seawater Soft is pretty good. But you can take this, for example. And then you can put it into here. And then you can press imports, and then it imports it all here. So how this... I'm hoping that we don't have to touch the import system. And it just happens to work with our history system. But we'll see. Because importing, I think, should just... it should go through all of them it goes through all the lines and then changes the entire... I can't even say that. Hold on. Let's read the code here. We have import source. This gets used here. Import ionized section. That's over here. So you parse it. Sure. Now you get a list of items. per var in items. So for every item, did object dot entries not exist back then? I set item color and then update the style sheet for that item. So set item color. Oh, okay. This is going to be a little bit problematic because we might have to create a commit system where we don't want every. So for example, if we add history and say we include a history item, we add a new history item every time we call set color. This import function is not going to play well with that, because then that means that every time it goes through the loop, then it would add a new history item. But we don't want that. We want the entire import to be a single history item, or completely reset the history, whichever one. Z, welcome in. Doing well? Yes, I am. I hope you're doing well too. Let me give you a shout out here. For those of you who don't know, Z is a physics VTuber. Also, you have a stream tomorrow. Yeah, I think you do. I won't be. No, not tomorrow. Today's only Wednesday. Didn't know we're on Twitch? Indeed. Yeah, I helped her get set up on Twitch too. So actually, let me give you a shout out there. GLTR. Yeah, she's recently been dual streaming, so I'm looking forward to seeing that play out. Hope you do well there. Wonder if it's tomorrow in some time zones. Well, it is. I think it might be actually, because it is a morning. It's going to be at 1 p.m. for me, and it is now almost 8. And so I think there's. Actually, no, that's not right. No, it can't be. Because we still have more than 24 hours before that stream, so I think am I reading that right? No, it's got to be tomorrow for some people. Yes, got to give that bridge project some more attention. I don't know what you're talking about. Either I'm forgetting. Either you've mentioned it before, and I don't remember it, or it's one of my projects or one of these projects and I've forgotten. The chat. Oh yes, the chat bridge. Yes, that sounds like a useful thing. I don't know if I would use it, only because I've got my things pretty set up, and I'm pretty comfortable with how it's set up. But I'm sure people will find it useful. Yeah, Pacific time it's 10:10 at 10. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I didn't consider that actually, but it is a triple 10 there. So yeah, anyway, as I was saying, we can't just do set item color, or we can't just add history on set item color, because otherwise we would end up with too many history items, and we need some sort of commit system. So I think what we might do is not have it. I think we might want to have this be manually committed. So import would add new history by itself, and then the set. Where else is set item color used? On color change. On color change would probably have its own sets. The set item color also. What do we have here? Set item color. Yeah, this one by itself ripples to the linked elements. So we won't have to handle that separately, which is good. Ripple to linked elements calls set item color, which is probably a little bit concerning if the linked elements has a cycle. But I think it's on you as the caller to call that responsibly. I call it like the code theme, by the way. Not sure if it's custom, it looks very epic. Thank you. It's actually just the default. Yeah, default Linux colors. I've actually had some people say that they don't like it. Probably because there's too much contrast, but I don't really mind it too much. But yeah, okay. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna create a history system that has a commit system. So let's get that started. Why not? So we're gonna create a new script. Call it history.js. I can't call it history because that actually conflicts with. I think that conflicts with a built-in browser history thing. Yeah, that's a thing already, so we can't use that. Theme history. Okay. Window.theme history is equal to function an iffy rather. I'm gonna call that with window. And why would you want to do this? I think it's for being able to test things properly, except I don't think that actually works like that. It's just a thing that people do, I guess. It's a way for this, I guess, to not have to reach out to global objects. Really, what this should be doing, instead of taking in window, it should be taking in specific. So, for example, normalized color. It should be taking that instead of assuming it's on the window. Or the names conflicts in the source, not the file name. Yeah. Oh, undo.js. I could call it undo.js. Actually, I could probably. This is called theme history. I should probably call it theme history.js. Well, let's go do that. Save as theme history.js. Actually, move. Script/theme history.js. Move there is one of Tim Pope's scripts or plugins, rather. I think. Because if I just do save as, it'll keep the file where it is and then just create a new one. And I don't want two files hanging around. Okay. So what is this going to look like? We aren't extending anything, so this is fine. We don't need that. And then we can have var history is equal to an empty array, maybe. So what's this going to look like? We can have an array as our backing store, where when you commit a new item to history, we push an item to the array, and then if we if we commit a new item to history, we push an item to the array. If we want to undo, then we plop an item from the array. And we may want to consider having a redo as well, but we're going to work on undo first. Which reminds me, we need a new branch for this one. And so we return this. This dot history. We can have this on the thing itself. There's no such thing as private or public or whatever in JavaScript. Everything's just out in the open. You're just expected not to mess with things. There are ways if you really wanted to, but by convention, nobody really does. Is there anything else that we need here? So yeah, when you're working in this style of constructor functions, you start with a function. Actually, no, this is wrong. Hold up. No, I'm missing a step. I need to actually create the function. A function theme history is equal to this. Yes. So we create a function. By convention, it starts with a capital letter. and then at the end you return this. If you don't return this, then whatever the object is going to be, so if you're calling it with new, it will be whatever that object is. But normally you'd want to call it, you'd want to return this. And then, is there anything else we need? Probably not. I think just for this one, this is probably fine. So we have the history there, and then do we need anything else? Let's call this undo. Because later on we'll want a redo array, and so in preparation for that, we're just going to call this undo. And then what else do we need here? So if theme history dot prototype dot push. So what are we looking for? This is a function that is going to commit to history. Or commit, sure. Easy, welcome in. I imagine programming. Yeah, I am the programming puzzle game music making VTuber on Linux. I don't do a whole lot of programming these days, so it makes me wonder if I should reconsider that branding. But it is something that I did do for. I was a professional programmer, or rather in tech, for several years. I graduated, I think, in 2018. Yeah, but I've been programming for quite a long time before that, and I had co-op as well. So I've been doing this for a very long time. But nowadays I feel very out of practice. So commit this. Current is equal to something. Item. This is very much cowboy coding, I think, because I'm not writing any tests for this. The original application didn't have any tests for it either, so I'm okay to not write tests. I'm writing an email to CSonic, and I mistyped FanHub as FanSub. Understandable typo. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to create when you do new theme history. I think what you're going to do is you're going to end up passing in an item like this. So in this case, it'll probably be the theme, and then it's going to be, say, not const. We're working ES5 here. We don't have const yet. Var history equals this, and then history.commit. So what it'll do is when you call commit, the current value of theme gets moved to the undo, gets pushed to undo. And then this stays in place. Dot current? Is that correct? Now, yeah, you might be asking why I don't just use a library for this, and that's probably the same approach. But I think this project also is trying to reduce the amount of dependencies, because I think the only dependency it has is one dependency, the color conversion algorithms, and this is in tree. And there's also replace SVG, which I think is copy and pasted from Stack Overflow. Normalize color. Yeah, there's a couple of things here. I think I would still prefer not to have too many, or not to add a dependency here. So we also want history.undo, and later on we'll have history.redo. And then we'll have history.current, which is going to be this item here. Okay. And then we'll probably want to make sure that this reference is always going to be the same every time. So we can't do, say, object.create from item and then call that the current, because that's going to create a new reference. And maybe that's actually okay, but maybe let's try to avoid that. So we're gonna have commit, and then also undo. We'll save that for later. And we'll also have redo for later as well, but we're gonna leave that off. So if we assume that we have, actually, do we even need this? Because presumably whatever is tracking it outside. So we can have two approaches here. One, we can have history keep track of the currents, or we can have history not keep track of the current and just keep track of the history. The second one sounds a little bit simpler. In which case, do we even need this at all? Can we just have a history implementation in here? No, I think we do, because we need undo and redo, and they're, redo is non-trivial, I think. Yeah, we need to know. So conventional undo history is if you change something when after you do an undo, the redo history is cleared, so you can't get back there. There's an alternative where your undo history is a tree, and you can actually traverse the tree, but that's more complicated. So I think for now we're going to implement the typical undo history, which means we actually do need to know what happens in the current. Change. Ampus, welcome in. Just store millions of versions in the file. It might happen. I don't know. Undo has to be usable, and so that when you do your undo, you aren't going through a bunch of irrelevant changes. You expect it to do what you want it to do. So it has to be sane at the very least. So yeah, I think commit is probably push. We'll call it push. No, we can say commit. Yeah, I think this makes sense, because one of the things we could have done is mirror the functions of an array, the built-in array. So push, pop, whatever else it has. But I think it might be okay to break away from that. It means that we aren't going to be as compatible, but we're not trying to go for array compatibility anyway. So I guess in this case we can give the item here, which means this dot undo dot push item. That's very simple. This dot undo dot pop. So presumably, I think the item that you want. Yes, okay. So the way this is going to work is that maybe we should draw this out. So scala draw. Not that. Excala draw. That is old stuff. We're not gonna look at that. So this is our history function here. You have I click to type. You have undo, and then you have what do we call this? Commits. And so this is theme history. We're gonna reorder this. So we're gonna have commit here first. Then we have undo there. So when you call commits, then you have your item outside. So the outside. So I guess we're gonna have Win Classic here. Win Classic. So this is the Win Classic theme. This is what actually has the item. The item being the actual theme item here. I mean, perhaps it should be on the theme subclass or the theme parent class, but for now I'm going to put it on the Win Classic class. So what's going to happen is that when this thing makes a change and it needs to commit to history, it's going to take this item, pass it to commit, and then I am misusing symbols here. And then we have the this dot undo. I'm gonna change the shape of this. Can we change the shape? I'm gonna change it to this. No. I've already been using circles for this, so I'm gonna use a circle instead. So this is the undo history. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I can't do this. This shadow is the prototype. Okay, so I need to give this a different name. So this dot undo history so that it doesn't clash with the undo method, which is on a lower level than this. So this here, I'm gonna draw this out. Sorry if this feels a little bit all over the place. It kind of is. So the way the JavaScript prototype system works is that you have basically a bunch of layers. On this layer, you have all the own properties. And then that is connected, that points to the prototype, which has a bunch of other properties. So these are the prototype properties. And that itself also has a prototype with its own prototype properties. Can I select these? No? Okay, I'll take that. Like that. So yeah, so you have an object, you have the own properties, and then it has a prototype which has its own prototype properties. And then that has its own prototype with the own prototype properties. And then at the end, you eventually go down the chain, and you go down so far that you end up with null prototype. And so this is where the chain ends. And so, if you have a method that, let's say, we call it in this case, hold on. In our concrete example here, we had a method called undo. Can I undo? And then we had a property on here called undo, because when the interpreter goes to look for a method that's on an object, it will go from the top to bottom. So because it sees the undo property here, it doesn't look any further to an undo property here. But in this case, we have, say, commits. Right. So when we say do this dot commits, it checks first the own properties to see if there's a commits property. There is none, and so it goes down to the prototype, and then it sees commit here, and so this is what it's actually going to use. After that, it looks like Canva, but good. It is it's a digital whiteboard. Canva, I think, is a little bit more featured, and for a different use case, it's more of a designer. But it is useful for ExcaliDraw here is useful for whiteboarding or digital whiteboarding, I guess. I think it could be a little bit more featured, but it is open source, so I like it for that reason. And you can self-host it if you want to. And I think there are premium features or something, and some other instances probably have the premium features enabled by default. I haven't looked too hard on it. First name, welcome in. This is why you should be using COBOL. You wouldn't have these problems. I don't think this is necessarily a problem. I think it's just it's a different language design. I do want to learn COBOL at some point, just because it feels like my kind of thing. In that I do tend to pick up a lot of lesser used languages and older languages and whatnot. And also COBOL has a lot of legacy applications, and there's a lot of money in maintaining that, so it wouldn't hurt to learn that, I guess. Most recently, I've been I did a short stream series on learning Pascal for the express purpose of making a pressure calculator for the fun. We haven't gotten to creating that pressure calculator yet, but the learning part I think is more or less done. Should get around to doing that at some point. But okay, yeah. So to prevent the clash of names, we can do undo history, and so that when it goes to find this here, when you're looking for undo, it doesn't see undo here, and it'll go down to the prototype and get the correct undo. That's what that was for. So then we need to do this undo history push item this, and do undo history pop. So the idea here is that the current item is being managed outside of the history class, and it'll just commit whenever it needs to. And we might actually not want to pop this. Well, when we do the redo, we'll get there. When we do the redo, what we actually want to do is, instead of just popping returning, we'll want to pop onto, or push that onto the redo the redo stack, and then return it. And the same thing here on commit. When we push an item here, we want to clear the redo stack. So this is going to be a little bit non-trivial, just barely non-trivial. But it is. This is why we have the class. But for now, we have theme history. We're going to add that to this, and that is going to need to come first, so that other scripts can use it. Can we actually not? Okay. I did say we would manage history in the Win Classic class. I think it would be nice to have it in the theme class, but I think we don't quite have the necessary knowledge in this class to be able to do it. Because as I said earlier, we can't put it on set item color, because then that would generate too many history items. Update from style sheets. What does the data flow look like for this? Why do we need to update from style sheet? Where is this coming from? This dot update from style sheets. From the pickers. And this is the only time it gets used. And it's literally the only time it gets used, okay. Because if a style sheet gets loaded in, then it updates from the style sheet. Why would you do it that way? This is basically an initializer. Basically, if it's loaded in, I think there were plans or something, probably, because if you look in the styles here, there are a bunch of CSS files here that aren't being used in the actual application, and so I think the original plan was to have a style sheet picker or something, and then it would update from the style sheet, because it does have this style sheet here. But I don't know. It seems like not a good way to do this. I mean, having the style sheet is nice though, because it means you can just apply it. So for example, if I'm gonna undo all that. If we do Windows Standard and we change it to something else that's in here, like hot dog stand, which I think I saw. A hot dog stand being a very classic Windows 3 style hot dog stand. Then it just looks like that, right? And you can get it like that. And the hot dog stand, if you change it in the source, then all of these would update too. So that's, I guess, one nice thing about getting it from the style sheet and initializing it from the style sheet. Yeah, we're not going to use that. But what that tells me, though, I think we can just treat that as another input. That's probably fine. We are going to want to do. So this we can consider as initialization, sure. I mean, import action.onClick. This is import INI section. That's going to need another one. And by the way, instead of using onClick, you should be using. I think this existed back in ES5, or rather the DOM standard at the time that this was made. Or for the browsers that it was supporting, the add event listener. So instead of doing onClick, you do add event listener on, or add event listener click and then the function, which allows you to have multiple event listeners at once. Whereas this is just the one. Alright, hey, welcome in. And we're just doing some. We're trying to add undo history to an old program here by tPenguinLTG, who has created not only this application but the thing that let me make the Windows Classic overlay items that you see here, as well as the music that you hear. That he also made that. But yeah, I think he's too busy to add any features in here, and I want undo history so I can use this for the 200 follower special. So it's a case of I'm just gonna do it myself, and thankfully this is open source, so I have the ability to just do that. Okay. And we are stuck in ES5, for anyone who does know JavaScript. So we can't have any of the new fancy ES6 features, and we're stuck with vars, but that's okay. Okay, so we have theme history. We actually want to create a new history class here, or a new history object. Do I want to do it here? This.history equals new window.themeHistory. I would like to change this to proper dependency injection, but I think for now it's probably out of scope for this change. So new window.themeHistory dot. No, actually, it's just that. So now we have history. And we can do a this.history.commit. Here. And then we need to commit it with something. This.items, I think. I think this.items is the correct thing, but I don't know if the child classes are supposed to know about this.items. So in that case, actually, maybe the history is supposed to go here. Not up here. Because then I can just expose the history items through the theme class instead. And then this does need to know about this.items. Except it kind of already does, so maybe actually it doesn't matter. Okay, we're gonna put a history here. I think it's fairly easy to move into theme if we need to, but considering actually no, I will actually move this over here. I think it makes sense to put it over here. But what if you want a different what if you want a different undo or a different history implementation? Should you be free to do that? I don't know, but also it's not like this is expected to be used anywhere else, so that's probably don't need to care about that. So we're gonna have the history object in here. And then this is going to assume that it exists. But I would like to make it so that, because I don't want to have to do this.item items every time like that. So I can say this.commits. I can do that, and I can have a function here that's function here. Not function. Theme.prototype. Theme.prototype.commits, which will do function takes no parameters and no arguments. This.history.commits this.items. Okay. So we can do this.commits here, and that will commit the items to history. And then now we don't have to know that this.items is a thing. Or rather, we reduce the amount that this needs to know that this.items is a thing. Because it still knows it here. And it still knows it here. Actually, it doesn't know it there. Actually, yeah, so it's only in this function that it knows about it. So this actually should maybe... No, this is kind of necessary here, because it's only... This output format is very specific to the Windows Classic theme, so this makes sense. But if we can reduce the amount that we need to know that this.items exists elsewhere, I think that's worth doing. So we're gonna have the history management in here. This class knows about history. And so we'll just have this like that. Which means we're probably also going to have to forward the undo. So theme.prototype.undo is the function that then does this .history.undo. We'll take in the old items is equal to this. Do I need to hold a, do I need to keep this as the same reference? I don't think so. I'm gonna say this is not reference stable. And so we can do this dot items is equal to old items. Is that gonna break anything? Who knows? I don't think so. Because anything that requires the items should be going through the theme anyway. Right? I think so. So it should be fine if we don't consider this reference table. And so why is reference stability possibly important? It's because if somebody has called this dot items and then had say done say var items equals this dot items and then does everything under the items or calls everything through items and then somehow theme.undo and then we'll call items again theme this dot undo this dot items is no longer equal to items, which means that if you're trying to access items from here, then you're actually referring to the old items and you're technically actually modifying the contents of history, which is not good and shouldn't happen and maybe something that we should design against, but also, do I care enough? This is a very limited user base. And it's not like this is going into production or anything. Well, I mean, it kind of is, but also it's not like anything is mission critical. To my knowledge, nobody's using this. But that might not be true. Designed for reality, yeah, exactly. Who has, who's forked this thing? Apparently there are a few forks. Parsing non-client metrics, what is this? I don't think I've ever seen this one. Wait, hold on, people are actually... tPenguinLTG. 10 months ago. What did you change? Metrics. Oh, actually the metrics would be pretty useful. Because the metrics section contains stuff about let's say the icon sizes, and there's also another section about fonts. I think fonts would be pretty useful. I think the real way to go about this is to accept an entire theme file and then parse that. Wow, somebody's actually using this. Okay. Interesting. Like my sudo edit thing that elevates to root just by sudoing another instance of itself with the same args awful, but it does work. Sometimes it's actually legitimate way to do it. Because I know there are a few files that are considered that are basically wrappers, where all it does is if it sees that it isn't elevated, then it will call itself again just with sudo. Yeah, so I think that is a legitimate tactic that's done in the wild. Whether it's a good thing or not, I don't know. But it is out in the wild. I think I've probably done that a couple times too. Okay. So we can I don't think we need to return anything here. Let's commit this, that's fine too. If anything errors, we can let that propagate up, which I don't see there being a case where it would, but I mean, I'd rather just make a set UID binary. I don't trust myself to make a proper Unix auth code. Fair enough. Yeah, set UID can be kind of scary if you don't have the the proper experience for it. Okay. I think we should also have a clear history, but for now I think we'll leave that out. It will be useful to clear... Does it make sense to clear the history when you import? I'm not sure. I can make an explicit clear history button there, though, if we need to. But okay, so where are all the places where we need to commit? I think we said one here, on color change, one here, just dot commit as well. Reset pickers. Get item color. Bar picker, this picker's... So for every picker, you get the value. You set the value to picker.dataset.item, or get the item color. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense because you don't know which elements have been, because of the whole ripple, the link elements here. When you change button face, some of those changes will ripple out to some of the others. So it needs to ripple those changes out to the individual color pickers. I guess that is one way of doing it. So we parse the INI section, we import, display export. That's fine. We commit that. We commit that there. And I think those are all the places where we need to do that. So we can actually test this out now. I'm going to put this over on the left side. Normally I don't like having it on the left, but I think in this case it can make sense to do that. So we can inspect this thing. It's where do we create the first one? Window.onload WinClassic. Okay, so we can inspect the WinClassic. No, window.WinClassic. Hello, is that not a thing? Where does it get this then? Oh. Actually, no, there's something wrong with the script, that's why. Theme is not defined. Window.themeHistory is not a constructor. Okay. Alright. Window.themeHistory. Did I spell that right? That's over here. That's why... Window.themeHistory. Window.theme. Did I not save this one? Scripts.themeHistory. I'm gonna go look here. Scripts themehistory.js. History. History. Okay, so the file is there. I'll put this back down here. and it is here. And it should show up here in the debugger. We got theme history here. And then we have in the console, try and make this a little bit bigger. Windowed.theme history. It's not actually on the window. Okay, so there's something wrong with how this thing is attempting to attach to the window. And it's because we didn't return the theme history. That would be good to do. We did not return the constructor function. It reached the end of the function, and by default, if it doesn't have a return, it'll just return undefined. So it didn't actually exist. Okay, we'll redo that. Theme is still not defined. Theme history is not a constructor. Why? This is being called there, that's being called there. Do we even need window? I don't think we need window. I'm sure you're welcome in. What am I working on today? So we have the Windows Classic Theme Designer by tPenguinLTG. I'm going to show the version that actually works. I'm going to put that into Pale Moon because it has a nicer color picker. Basically what we're doing here is we're creating undo history for this because the app doesn't have it. So if you set something, you're kind of stuck with what it gives you. And you can't go back if you made a mistake or want to go back to the previous state for any reason. And I'm doing this because I wanted to use this for our 200s follower special, which is actually our 100 plus 200 special because I didn't end up doing the 100 because I was hoping that we would be able to get this. But yeah, so we're gonna have that for this. The plan for the follower special is that I'm going to be creating Windows classic themes for people who submitted in images to make themes out of. And if there aren't enough, we'll just make themes for various VTubers. So yeah, that'll come soon-ish. I'm just waiting for Twitch to get to 200 before we get to it, so that we don't have to do it twice. Twitch is at 189 right now, so we're just missing 11. So if you are on Twitch, consider hitting the follow button. What am I looking at here? Right, we're trying to figure out why theme history isn't attaching to the window. But it is here. Like we see it in the inspector here, so the script exists. And we do see in the debugger that the file contents are what we expect it to. It's not even here. Hold up. Oh no, because that's the original one. The themes this outputs are for web stuff. Sort of. So I think most people actually are not going to have a use for this thing. And this requires a bit of assembly because you actually need to take a theme file and then replace the control panel colors section with the stuff in here. But for actual usages of Windows themes these days, because Windows 10 and 11 don't support these anymore. Well, actually, they kind of do if you put it in the registry and it tweaks certain colors. But really, what you'd end up using this for, say, if you run Wine on Linux, you can use these themes. If I get tPenguinLTG to publish this, the overlay creator thing, then you can have overlays like mine. You can use a theme there. Very limited, but it also is kind of on brand, so I figured it makes sense to do. Yeah, it makes actual themes for Windows Classic Windows, yeah. And then I think there are actually a few, one comes to mind, 98.js. I'm gonna put that over here. There are a few web things that can use themes. So GitHub, this one. And so if you have one of these things, you can adjust it so that it fits what this is expecting. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, I know one of these things was not is PR and not is open. I don't care about that. Yeah. Anyway, tPenguinLTG was approached to contribute to one of these, so I think it definitely works with at least one of those. Our friend used Chicago 95 for quite a while. Well done. Oh, not that. NeoFetch. I'm also using Chicago 95. I have not figured out how to get the some of the button face for it working, or rather how to customize that without extensively going into the theme files, because it seems like it's non-trivial. But in theory, I guess you could, if you wanted to go through the effort of finding where the colors are defined, you could go in and change them so that it would look like this. Yeah, Chicago 95 is very good. Okay. Right, so we're trying to figure out why the theme history isn't showing up in here. Network arrow attempting to fetch resource, that's fine. Window.theme history is not a constructor, but what is it? It's undefined. Theme history in window, does that even... Okay, so it's not even attached to it. We can go ahead and and do some console.log. We'll see if this is even running. Window.theme history. So if this file runs at all, then we should see the debug log. And we don't even see it, okay. That's a concern. Why is that? Is it because... Am I in the wrong spot? No. We've been seeing... I think we've been seeing changes, haven't we? Yeah, I saw this earlier. We are on the right... we are on the right one because we have been... Sorry, the right file because we have been seeing issues. We wouldn't be seeing issues if we weren't modifying the right file. So this is the correct one. It's not saying that it doesn't know about this. I'm just going to autocomplete that. Window. And I'm also going to have a debug log in here. Debug 1. Just to see if we're running that at all. Because we might not be. What's wrong with you? Why? Where is Cell she cannot be loaded? It's here. It sees it. It's right there. And we do see debug 1. So it is getting here. Ah, right. Okay, I accidentally left this in because we actually don't need that. I put this in for demonstration purposes and then forgot that it was there. So we actually don't need that, and we can get rid of that. And now it should work. I think. Yes. So now we have that. And then we can say... Oh, actually that's not going to work. I will explain why it won't work later. So WinClassic is the thing, that is an object. WinClassic.history is what we expect to see. And we have undo history of array 46, very good. We don't want that. I'm going to do a couple more here and we should see that number go up. 104. And the reason for this is because on change commits on color change. So this gets run every time I'm gonna move this out. I don't need this one. There are two events that are relevant for a picker like this. There is onChange, which fires every time the value changes, and then there's onInputs for when it actually gets committed. We want this to run onInput and not onChange because onChange fires too often. So we actually don't want this here. We want this WinClassic theme.prototype.onColorCommits function E this.commits. Not input. Wait a minute. That's in... Did I get that wrong? I think it's on... Is it onChange that has the onChange? I think I might have that backwards. I think onInput might be the one that fires every time there's an input, and then onChange is the one that fires when you actually commit. Change events. Checklist. Inputs. Change. Where are your inputs? Events. Click events. Where are your events? Actually, we can just test this out. Picker.onChange display export. Oh, I'm already doing stuff on this. Okay. Okay, so onChange is the one. So I guess I do want this. I don't want to do this for everyone though. Picker onChange. On color commit. So I'm actually going to put this over here. Display exports. Display exports. It's going to be over here. So I'm going to change this on color commits.bind. And so we're going to have the display export as part of the that new one. And we're going to have that there. So now what we're basically doing here is we created a function on color commit, we created a method rather, that does what it originally did, the display export, but also commits to history, like that. Now it's doing two things instead of just one thing. Okay, we're gonna try that again. And then we have Win Classic dot history. We see 1, which is possibly not correct. Maybe we shouldn't commit the first time. But also maybe it does make sense to commit the first time. Because if you change this, then you do want a way to go back to the original. Okay, so we should see now just 2 of them. Very good. Undo history. Object. Why aren't you letting me expand this? Okay, there we go. I'm gonna put this on the left side so you can hopefully maybe see. So we do expect all of these. Yeah, so we have colors there. Why are these objects? I think these might have been objects because there could be... There might be... I think there was in preparation for having it as a... no, that doesn't make sense because they would be different properties. I was gonna say fonts. Maybe this is just easier to deal with. I don't know. I'm not gonna question that. No, that's not what I'm looking for. How do I put this back? There it is. But that works. So that's nice. I'm gonna go ahead and commit that. Did I add that? I did not. So I'm just gonna leave that there. The red here means leading or trailing white space, which you generally don't want. But I didn't add that, so I'm gonna just leave that as is. I'm gonna add scripts to the status. Scripts theme history. I'm gonna commit these in 2 separate things. Git commits add theme history. Add theme history class. Currently has functions to commit and undo from a array-based stack. What am I looking at? Git add p. Introduce history to commit changes to Win Classic. Commit Win Classic changes to history stack. Color input changes to history stack. Do I need more explanation than that? Yes, I do. Introduce new history property to theme and have Win class. How do you spell that? Okay, that way. Win Classic have the Windows Classic class commit on, what do we say it was? It was on input color picker change, as well as initialization, app initialization. We're gonna go ahead and grab that. Now, why am I putting so much effort into putting bodies here? Because you never know what you might need down in the future. You always want to have more information than you might need, because if you go back and have less information, then you're gonna kick yourself for not putting things in that would be useful. But also, if you're working on somebody else's project, it's always good to give a lot of context. Okay, so we have that, and now we can add an undo button. And I'm going to add a button here somewhere. Control is a checkbox. Div meta controls. I'm going to have button undo, ID undo, and then I'm going to say in here this dot undo button is equal to document.get element. Work query selector is not a thing by this point. Although I guess sometimes sometimes I do prefer using get element by ID if I'm looking specifically for an element by ID, because I think it is slightly faster, and but it isn't. I don't think it's quite as. I don't know, it feels a little bit clunkier than using query selector, even though query selectors have a little bit more complexity to them. Maybe it's just because this is the older way of doing it. Undo button. That's something the undo button gets. I guess we can put that over here. This dot undo button dot on click is equal to, and we're going to continue perpetuating this this pattern because that's what the rest of the code uses. Is equal to this dot undo dot bind this. And so why do we need to bind this? It's because if you don't do that, because we're using real functions, the undo here is using a full function. This binding can be dissociated, which means this here depends on what object it's being called on, and when you dissociate the function and not call it on any object, so not calling it like this dot undo here, you actually set this to be undefined, or something like that. It's not the correct this that you expect. So binding it basically bakes in this value for the undo, so that when you call this this function here, it works as you would expect it to. Nowadays, instead of doing bind this, a lot of people, what they do is they do this instead, use an arrow function, which has no this binding and transparent this binding, and so this for the context inside of this this arrow function is actually the this that's outside, and that's done automatically. But we're working in ES5, so we don't have arrow functions, so this is idiomatically how you would do this. Or they do neither, and TypeScript refuses to even warn about it. Isn't there a setting for that? I feel like there's got to be an ESLint setting somewhere. Okay, so now we should see an undo button here, and this .undo button is null because we gotta call it what it actually is. Maybe, but it's off in our work projects. Yeah, I don't know if that's something that bothers you. You could, if you have the time to look into it. And I mean, that's a very big if. It is something that I suppose you could propose to the team. Maybe undo and redo should be up there, actually. I'm going to put this here. Okay, so I don't think we've actually implemented undo yet. Because it has that, and we should expect to see 2 items in our history here. And we do undo, and we haven't put any code to actually take the undo and put it back. So now we have 1. Which is what we expected to do. So now we need to write the code to actually propagate these all to the rest of the items. Which I think was set item color, get item color, saw sheets, undo. We might actually have to override this. So I think we need to call these things here. So set item style sheets, or update style sheet and reset pickers. Update style sheets. Is this here? Why is this here? Why does this not manage that? If this isn't here. Okay. So what I'm hearing from this is we need to when classic theme.prototype.undo, we need to override this undo function. And how do I do super? I've forgotten how to do super. Theme.call. No, that's not right. Alright. Time to look this up. Well, hopefully we still have resources on this. ES5, call super method. Because you can't just super. So that doesn't exist anymore. Or that doesn't exist yet. "13 years ago, this looks about right, okay. Yeah, I don't need ES6, I need ES5. Or if you want, I can do, in the context of the current instance, you can do parent class.prototype.myMethod.call this. Yes, you can. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do that, but I suppose you can. I think you can actually do this .constructor when classic theme.prototype.constructor. No, that's not right. JavaScript access parents class ES5. So I'm pretty sure there's a way to do this without having to know that that theme.prototype, that theme here is the parent class for this thing. Constructor? No, that's only there. Internal sockets, prototype of, sure. proto, sure. Inheriting methods. Constructors. Implicit constructors of literals. Win classic theme dot prototype dot get object dot get object dot get prototype of. Is that a thing? Prototype of. Okay. When was this introduced? I would like to know. Can you use this in IE? Can I use get prototype of? Attempting to boot with 3 new drives installed. Good luck. Yes, okay, we can use that. Very good. So we're targeting compliant, or we're targeting compatibility with IE11 because that's the browser that's installed on Windows 7, and Windows 7 was the last one to officially support Windows Classic games. Not that the app works, I think, in Windows 11 or in IE11 because this makes use of what do you call it? CSS variables, which doesn't exist which aren't supported in IE11, but I think with a bit of with a shim, it could probably work. Polyfill, that's what they're called. So I can do get prototype win class. Oh my goodness, I'm just gonna call out to theme dot what do we need? Undo? Oh, no, that's not right. No, we do need the prototype. Theme dot prototype dot undo dot call on this. Yeah, that's more correct. Because we have the constructor. Constructor, theme create prototype constructor, win classic theme. You create an object from this prototype. No, that's correct. That's correct. So basically what this does is we go back to Excalidraw, bring that back up. We go back to our thing here. So this here is theme.prototype. This is win classic prototype, and then this one is the actual object. So when you do the object.create, what you're doing is you're creating a new object that has this as its prototype. And then you're adding, then we're adding things to this object here. Here boots, but it looks like I'm going to need to block the PWDIS pins. I don't know what those are, but good luck. I could do this like this dot proto, but that feels wrong. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a way to do this without having to specifically know that this is the parents. But I actually don't remember, and I don't know if I care enough to figure out. So we're gonna leave it like that. So we're calling undo on the previous one, on the parents. This is why it's nice to have super in ES6 with actual classes, so you don't have to do this, but that is how you have to do this here. What am I looking at? I need... update style sheet. I think. Where's my change? On color change, on color commit, display export. I think we need display export too. That sounds about right. And then we need to reset pickers. Yeah, I think so. SATA connectors have a pin that used to be 3.3 volts and still is on some consumer hardware, but it went unused, so some data center stuff uses it as a signal to power off the drive to save energy, which is an unfortunate overload of the same pin. Yes, the non-standard extensions. Okay, so I think that should be sufficient to get this this undo working properly. Which apparently not. This .items is undefined. We also need a safeguard to not undo past past empty. What actually does happen if you try to pop through an array that is empty, undefined? Okay. So why doesn't this work? Where we have this dot undo, which I think should be console.log. Actually, I'm going to put a debugger here. In JavaScript, you actually have this debugger statement where if you have a debugger open, it'll pause there, which we will have in here. So press undo, we should hit the debugger statements like that. Then we can step through this thing. So call this, call that, we have history.undo. Actually, we haven't, hold on. I need to put something in our undo stack first. And then we can press undo. So we hit the debugger. We go in here. We can set this .items. It's all this stuff, which is correct. Or this .undo history.pop. So we have this .undo history. Is an object with two things. Now we get an object of one thing. Now object of one thing. Then we return. We have old items. It is undefined because we haven't reached there yet, so we need to do the assignment. Old items is now an object. You can see it there. Okay. This .items is so now we have this .items should be strictly equal to old items. True. Okay. Because okay, right, because we don't actually have an item. So update style sheet, I think we can call this without an item and it'll go for everything. If item name, then you set just that one, otherwise it sets everything. So we actually don't want to have that. We call this with nothing. Now that one I think was an optimization technique, so you don't have to go through everything. Because now we can get rid of this debugger here, because that I'm pretty confident should work. so I'm gonna go ahead and put something in a history, undo, and hopefully it doesn't work. Update style sheet reset pickers. Reset pickers is this. For every picker, we go through the pickers and we get the item color from this.dataset.item. Get item color comes from theme file. This.item that. So it should ripple out. And then reset pick. Actually, hold on. I haven't been seeing if the export has been changing. Okay, we're gonna refresh here. I should be seeing button face change if we're actually doing something different here. If it actually does end up undoing it, it's just a problem of resetting the pickers. We do that, and then this does change. So you notice that did change there. Actually, no, hold on. No, that's correct. Because that's normal operation. Now we do the undo, and we should see this change again if it actually does work. Which it doesn't. Okay. So we pull out the debugger again. And we know it hits this because we do hit the debugger. So we're gonna go ahead and step over things first. Say this.items is this. And we should see button face. Can't really see that. FB31B, which looks like a red. Okay, hold on. Actually, it looks like a yellow, so that actually is correct. We're gonna change that to something obvious. So make that a magenta here. So this.items, this.items.button face.color. Okay, so that is okay. That's correct. And then we do the undo. Actually, no, we haven't even reached there yet. We're gonna go ahead and call undo, and then we should expect this to change, which it didn't. Which it didn't. Why? Old items, this.history.undo, this.items equals old items. Okay, I'm going to redo that. I'm going to go ahead and change that to something obvious. And we're going to go ahead and undo, and this time we're going to step into the call, which I thought we had done. So old items now has button face, should have the old item. Right, so color is not that. Okay, that is a problem, and it is because when we do this, we commit the original to. That's what it is. It's because we commit the original first. Or sorry, we commit the original after we make all the changes. So we actually need to commit the changes, or we need to commit the original object first before we make the changes. Because now we're otherwise storing two copies of history, two copies in history. The first one in the history stack is now. I think I can draw this out. So we have the array, right? So what we're doing is basically we're making changes, and then we're putting it into history, and then we make another change, and then we put it into history. So this now contains the current changes. And so then when you go to undo it, you take this out of history, and then you're left with the current changes. And then this is but this is the one that you actually want. So what we actually want to do is move this to history first, and then make a change. So we actually have to do this before we start doing all the stuff first, which is a little bit problematic. Because set item color, or rather, we go here, we call commit. Oh, this is why this one felt a little weird, so we can probably get rid of this to begin with. But the other place where we call commit here, right, this assumes that we had already changed the items here. And that is a bit of a problem, because this doesn't see what the old items is. So what we can, I mean, this is a bit of a hack. This is a bit of a hack. We can do in the history, instead of pop, we can pop twice. Well, actually, we can pop and then return. We can do that, and we can return this dot undo history dot. We can return the first one. We can return the top of the stack, because we expect that one to be current. I don't like this. But it'll work. Okay. Well, let's get this thing working first. And then we can see about making it better. Undo history not defined. This dot undo history. Yeah, well, undo doesn't seem to work here. This dot items is not defined. Where? Under theme.js, this dot items, this items. Oh no, that's fine, because that's we undid a little bit too much. Did I save? I saved all here, okay. These drives did each come with an adapter for this exact scenario, but I'd rather not have an adapter. Fair enough. So win classic dot history, win classic dot history dot undo history. So we should see two here, with the first one being the current one. And then we undo. And then we should see undo history length. So we pop this dot undo history. Right, it's an object, or an array with two objects. We pop one. Now we have an array of one object. And then we should be getting this object here, which should be the original. Right, we look here. You're not going to be able to see this. But we have button face is the new one. That doesn't make any sense. What? Okay, undo. Or Win Classic dot history dot undo history dot what do we have here? This is an array where we want to do call map map from A to A dot color or no, A dot back button face dot color. Why do I have two of those? That's not right. Concerned? This is what I expect to see. And then you're saying when we do this, it changes both of them. Oh no, we're pushing the same object. It's because we need to clone the thing. That's why. So basically what we're doing is we're pushing the same we're pushing the reference to the same object every time, which means we're changing whenever we change the original object, we end up changing and whenever we make a change to the original object, it also changes the object in history because they're all pointing to the same reference, which is not something we can do. What we need to do is to clone this original item. And unfortunately, there's no... I mean, there are a couple of ways to clone, but none of them are particularly good. I was going to ask about this, but figured I missed the part where you dealt with this. No, I clearly haven't dealt with this yet. But good catch. Good catch. There are a couple ways to clone. The easiest one is going to be JSON. Oh, no, I don't like this solution. You stringify the thing and then you parse the thing. So then you have an actual object. JavaScript clone object. We can do a shallow clone. Where we can do an object.assign. Actually, this is probably better. We're gonna do that. That's better. Object.assign to a new object, because we don't need to do a deep clone. We're only dealing with things in the what do you call it? We only need the own properties, so object.assign will be fine. It's an assumption that we're making, but it should, given the limited scope of what we're working with, and because we initialize this with an empty object like this, this should be okay. So now it should be fine. So now when we do this, we should see, but it's not. Okay. What else are we missing? So to begin with, we have this, and then when we change this, we have that and Y. Console.log debug item. Item this dot undo history this dot undo history -1 is equal to item. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Because I'm creating a new object. False. Yeah, no, it's correct, right? Why then are you... So we create this now gets that, that's correct, that's what we expect. And then we change this. And it's still false. We have cloned this thing and then we still have the old... Why do we have 2 copies of this thing now? Win classic dot history dot undo history 0 is equal to win classic dot history dot undo history 1. I should expect to see false for this one, which it is. Oh, you know what? Maybe we do need a declone. Why is it this way? We need a deep clone because all of these objects here, all of these properties here are objects. Maybe this is why. Maybe this is why they're objects, so that they can be modified in place. Okay, is there a better way of doing it than doing stringify? If only the structured clone algorithm was exposed to user space. It's not a thing. Window.structured clone. I mean, I guess it is now. It wasn't a thing back then. Yeah, that doesn't exist in IE11, so we can't use that. This is nice to have, but we can't use that. Okay. So we're gonna go with the old JSON.parse and JSON.stringify. Because again, all we actually need, while we do need a deep clone, we don't need to reach into the prototype. So this should be fine. Not a big fan of this, but if you have to, you have to. One way to make a deep copy is can be serialized and stringify and then parse, which is the classic way of doing it. It's not a thing in JS either, as I discovered last week. I wonder if that's because it's too old, or they're working off if they haven't updated it yet, or if it's just if it's somehow out of scope for what they want. Okay. Anyway, that'll give us a deep clone. I don't like it, but it is an established method that's been done before, so it's fine. And so now we should be able to undo and go through the... I'm gonna play... Aha! There we go. I'm gonna get rid of the debugger, but that does what we expect it to. And now the question is, do we have only one? Okay, we only have one left. Good. So we have 2 here. Oh, that's not good. Okay, something's still wrong with how we're doing this. It does it for the first time, but it doesn't do it for the second time, which is not right. But why would it do that if we're already doing a deep clone? It had something to do with needing to make their own implementation of it for isolation between Node and whatever JS DOM is. Yeah, that makes sense. Structured clone is a function. Actually, I wonder if we have it here. Yeah, .to string. I should expect to see this to be a native function. Yeah, this is native code. So it's possibly not something that you can implement with pure JavaScript. But if Node supports structured clone or exposes a structured clone, then it could potentially do it. Which unfortunately, because structured clone is under the HTML spec, I think, it is on the window object. That means that it's under the HTML DOM API. Actually, no, that's not. I'm reading this wrong. But yeah, it's the web API, so it's not expected to be under the JS standards. Node doesn't strictly need to implement it. JS DOM is hardly a perfect emulation anyway. It's rather annoying. Yes, Node does expose it. Interesting. So why don't they just use that? Okay, there's still something wrong here though, because even if we do a deep copy like this, something's still wrong. And I don't know why. So we have this, sure. You're gonna have one there. Okay. And then we're gonna do another one. And I should expect to see 3. And then I undo. I'm going to go ahead and go through that. I expect to see 1. And then I undo again. And then I expect to see... I expect to see only 1 of them. Not 2. Why is this the same? Oh, right, because it's under... I need to get rid of that debugger statement. Okay, so I expect to see that. That's correct. And then I make another change. And I should expect to see that this still is still there, but I think we found out that it doesn't do that. Why? Just on issue, let me have a look at this. Implement structured clone. Turn JSON part, that doesn't work. Locked and limited to collaborators, September 2024. Interesting. Well, hopefully they figure out. I mean, I didn't check what the linked Twitter post was, so maybe that's them saying that they can't do it or something, but hopefully they get that sorted out at some point. I'm gonna move this away. Locked and left open. Yeah, I mean, at least it's left open, which means there's a chance. Okay, I don't understand this. Because we know already... Where's the part where I... here it is, yes. This should be false, which makes sense. Am I accidentally, let's commit that, commit that. That's fine. Commit this dot history dot commit this dot items. This dot items is equal to old items. I'm not setting items. Hold on. Old items. No, hold on. No, hold on. So then I actually need to check this. This is something else I need to check. Dot border button face is equal to that dot button face. And if that's the case, then we have a problem. But it's not. So why are you getting that? So we have undo here. We have history.undo, which does this stuff here. This stuff here. That's undo. You pop it out, and then you return the last item that's in history. The top one. Push and pop do append to the array. Or do stuff with the end of the array, rather. I'm just gonna get a drink. It's been 2 hours of talking a lot. I'm gonna say it's been a while since I've talked this much, and it's probably true. Yesterday, as much as it was an all chatting stream, I didn't actually talk a whole lot. Because if you assume that we had each talked for an equal amount of time, which I don't think was actually true. I think Xenotime probably talked more. Thanks for him to carrying. Thanks for them for carrying the conversation. Then we would only have talked for about an hour each. And now we're going for about 2.5 hours at this point. I'm gonna put a comment here before I forget. I don't know how to explain that, because I would have to put a thing on commit as well. But also, this is really just a hack to get around something that I don't want to do. So why is it doing this? Well, we're gonna add a debugger statement somewhere. I think probably under the undo here. Oh, we already have the debugger statement still. Is this why I burned out? What specifically? Because of so I wasn't actually coding by the time that I had left work. When I was leading several teams, I think I counted recently about 6-ish teams. Well, I mean, no, sorry, 6 groups across some teams. The groups had some overlaps. So I think it was more a combination of things to do with managing, or rather, it was partly, I think, the projects that we're working on, because I didn't like the code base that was being, or at least for one of the projects, it was a React code base. And I think I've made it clear how much I don't like React before. So that was probably a part of it, but also a number of factors, like the team was largely overseas, as well as I don't know, it's just a lot. But I don't think it was necessarily the coding, because I didn't do a lot of coding at the time. But certainly I think when I did code, having to be all strict about getting things correct and proper and all that was something I did not want to deal with. So I think that definitely did contribute to some of that. I don't know. I don't know if I mentioned it on stream before, but every time I hear about the software development process from one of my friends, the more I think that I don't want to get back into it, which puts me in a bit of a bind for what to do, if not that, because I'm not sure if I'm not sure what I'm qualified in to do professionally, but also even if I did go back to software, am I actually marketable? Especially with the way that I'm programming now. I don't know. I feel like I'm not. I feel like I'm out of practice enough that I wouldn't necessarily do well. So I gotta find something else to do instead. And I kind of don't want to go back to school, so it has to be something that I'm currently capable of doing and have can show some sort of qualification for. So ideally, I don't know, maybe this VTubing stuff takes off. Or I can do something like VGen commissions or something. I should probably do that at some point. Because I can do subtitling. I can, I mean, I don't know how fast I am because I've never tried to do that on a schedule, but it is an option, I suppose. And there's always the automaton I can... I don't know if anyone would actually commission me for automaton stuff, but the option could be there. And speaking of which, if any of you would like to support me in a monetary fashion, I do have a tip jar. I don't know if that shows up properly on Twitch. I'm going to put that there manually. Or if you want to fund my my instrument collection, I do have a throne as well. I guess the bot is... I thought I set that up on the bot. That is going to be there. I'm going to send that manually. All completely optional, of course, but take care of yourself first. Alternatively, I try to figure out how to make more money off the stock market. Okay, I don't know why is it doing this? We're already cloning this thing. So if we're already cloning it, why is it doing this? We press undo, we hit the debugger, step in. Actually, this isn't going to do it. I think we need to... I think we need to take a look at commit, actually. Debug. I think we need to view commits. Because if it's bad going in, then that means that the problem is at the commit side, not the undo side. Because undo, I think, is working properly. Probably. If we put in multiple items, it was working. Okay, so now we commit this. We step in. And we see up here this dot undo history. We see an object of 1, which is what we expect. Item dot button base is that. We step in, and we see this dot undo history. We have 2 of them now, and we check to see if they're the same. That's false, which means changes from the outside will not be propagated inside. But then we also need to check to see if They're different, yes, that's correct. This dot undo history dot or 0 to 1 is equal to item dot actually dot button face. So yeah, that's false. So it is ensured that changes from the outside are not going to affect here. So I think this actually works fine. It's afterwards that we need to care about. So that's all good. Display export. Ah, yes, right, that. We're gonna go ahead and play that. Then we're gonna do another one. And then we're going to do that. That's fine. I don't think we need to check this side because we have discovered that this does work. That. Okay. That works. So then we undo. And then we step through. This dot history. Oh yeah, no, that's correct. That's in here. Which I think we did confirm was correct. So we have this dot undo history. There's 3 objects. And then we step over, and we should expect to see 2 objects. And then we step in or step over, and we should return. We should expect to see old items once it's assigned. We should expect to see old items to have this. The button face does have the previous one, because the current one is green, the previous one was red. So does that. This dot items dot button face still has the old one because we haven't done the assignment yet. And so then we do the assign. We should have this as the old one. All right, correct. And then we update the style sheet. So now this dot item should have button face. Okay, this dot item still has that. We update the style sheet, which means this should all change. Okay, and then we reset the pickers, which means this should all change. And then we display export, which means this should change. Button face there should be 25500. And then this dot items dot button face should still have that. Okay, correct. So that's what we expect to happen. And then we undo once more. I'm going to skip most of that, I think. Undo history. Actually, I'm going to skip a step into this, because I think this is where things might be important. I don't expect it to be. But you never know. We haven't done anything yet here, so pop. This dot undo history should have only this one. So it's the same thing, I can just use this one. That's fine. So now it has only the one, which is what we expect. So now old items should have this one, that's correct. This dot items button face still has the new one because we haven't committed to it. We haven't done the assignment yet, so we go ahead and step in. And now we should expect to see the assignment there. That is now the old one. And so we should expect to see this change. Then we should expect to see the pickers change. And then we should expect to see the display export change. Change just from 25500 to something else. And then that is it for that one. Parofa, welcome in. What are we coding? We're trying to add undo history to this tool here by tPenguinLTG. It's been a while since I've linked this, so I should link it again. I'm going to be using this for the 200 follower special, but it would be nice to have undo. So I'm just adding it in myself and then making a pull request afterwards. But yeah, this is the original repo. If you'd like to go check it out. We are restricted in what we use because this is written in ES5, so we're stuck with stuff that is from that era. It's meant to work under Internet Explorer 11, although the app doesn't completely work because it relies on CSS custom properties variables, and there's no polyfill for it, or there's no polyfill for it in the application, so it doesn't completely work, but I think that is a target. But right now we're debugging why the undo history doesn't work properly. So we've undone until this portion, so we have up to this bit, and then now what breaks is when we do another commit. I would expect it to push this onto the stack as normal, but for some reason the original stack or the original item on the stack changes, and that is what we're trying to figure out why. So history of commit this.items. So this.items .button face should have the new one as expected. And then item.button face should have the new item. This.undo history should still have the old item. And how it has the new item? Hold up, something's wrong here. We haven't pushed this yet, right? This doesn't make any sense. Hold up. Something's not right here. Are you saying that by the time we get here, we're already... I don't think I need this one. Item... Nothing in programming makes sense. I mean, sometimes that's true, yeah. Debug this.undo history, the top one, .button face, and an item.button face. So I should expect to see these be two different things by the time we get here. I'm going to disable debugger statements. Which I thought was a thing you can do, but I'm not sure where it is. Okay. We're going to go ahead and commit this. Oh, this .undo history is on... wait a minute. .length. Can't believe it, our debug statements were causing issues. This.undo history.length is undefined. What is this then? Oh, a gas bill email has a non-HTTPS link. Concern. Are you able to change it to HTTPS manually, or do they actually just not have a do they actually just have a non-secure server? Does this .undo history actually exist? Oh, because it's empty. It's empty the first time around. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do that because I can. The cert is for SendGrid. So that's fine. We have this. And then I should expect to see... Oh, no, I'm gonna... No, I was gonna say I would disable the... I would comment out the debugger. But I feel like at this point... Can you navigate to the site manually? Yeah, that's what I tend to do. I don't click on email links unless I have to. This .undo. Oh, right. So we have this, and then we do another one. And so we should expect to see 3 as we saw before. After that goes through. And then we undo. And as we saw before, we should see this. And then we undo again, we should see that again. And then now is where we get some insights. We commit another one to the stack. And I don't see the debug. Oh, actually no, it's because we haven't reached it yet. So you're saying that by the time it gets here, the undo history has already changed, which is a problem. Looks like I successfully set up autopay anyway, despite being under depression. Very good. We're going to do a redo once this is working, yes. That is the plan. That is why we called it undo history and not... originally I had called this history. But because we're going to have a redo stack afterwards, it makes sense to specify this as undo and then redo afterwards. But yeah, the important thing to do is get undo first working, and then we can deal with redo. But why are you doing this? Nothing sets undo history, right? Better not. I don't think there's anything here that sets it, because the only thing that ever touches undo history is theme.history, or the theme history.js. And we don't ever return undo history. And I'm not assigning to undo history in my testing here. And the weird thing is, we're only ever pushing deep clones, so why would it hold on, words. Why would it do this? Console.log debug this thing. Now to answer a question that some of you may have, and I answered this early in the stream, but some of you are just coming in. Why aren't I using a library for this? That would be the smart thing to do. but this project also has, I think it's trying to go for minimal dependencies. Especially since it's not using a bundler or anything. It's not even set up as a node project. It's just a bunch of JavaScript files imported as separate scripts. So it's not quite that sophisticated. Now, those are the limitations we're working in. So I'll commit a couple of things here. Honestly, here I give up on ES5 and target Firefox 15 Chrome 109 instead. Expect the final versions for Windows 7. Yeah, I mean that's a reasonable take too. There's the problem of having to bring that over to Windows 7 without turning on the internet. But that's not like that's unsolvable. Not my project. Yeah, that's part of it. And like I said, this doesn't even work properly under Windows 11 or IE 11 anyway, because this uses what do you call it? CSS variables. Actually, I do wonder if Pale Moon works under Windows 7, the latest version. I know they dropped support for XP several years ago, but I don't know if they dropped Windows 7 yet. But in any case, I don't think the ES5 support here is necessarily contributing to this specific issue. Unless we're talking about the structured clone bit, but even then, if you assume that this works properly, then I think we would still see the same issues. Cinder Violet Pie, welcome in. Was there a question? I don't have one. I don't have a question here. Although the thing we're trying to solve is why we're seeing. I'm gonna go through the exercise again here. Where did my thing go? Oh, right here. So we expect to see now these three, and then we undo. So undo works properly here, and then we try to commit another one. And then you would expect to see this still be in there, but that's not the case. Oh, wait a minute, now I'm seeing something different. Oh, no, we're not seeing something different. We see that the first one is replaced for some reason. Pale Moon dropped support for something, must have missed some major developments in how do you say that word? Porcine? Genetic engineering. So where is the relevant code? Yeah, so this is the code here that we're working with. And we're trying to trace where the issue is, because by the time it gets here, undo history has already changed. Which doesn't make sense, because there's nothing here that changes undo history outside of this file. We don't expose undo history to anything else. Nothing reaches into this this class. And every time we push something into undo history, we do a deep clone, which means nothing from the outside should be reaching into the individual objects and changing them. Is there anything that replaces theme history? Do we recreate history at all? I don't think so. So history here, history.commit, history.win theme history there. We don't recreate this one at all after the first time. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Where is this? This.undo history.pop. Theme history.prototype, not that one. Is it this? Are you gonna tell me it's this? It's probably this, isn't it? Where we have to call what is essentially a super call. Do you recreate the theme effort? No, yeah, we don't do that. I11 supports console debug, by the way. I'm not sure how that's relevant. Console.debug. Actually, I don't use console debug. I don't use console debug more than as often as I maybe should. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, this shouldn't cause any issues. But if there's anything that would, this would. No, but this doesn't make any sense because it works the first time. It just doesn't work any subsequent times. Okay, I'm going to try something that we haven't tried yet. And I'm going to... I don't want to pause that. Don't do that. Keep going. We're going to... Because so far what I've been doing is I've been undoing until we hit back to the first one. But what happens if we add 2... undo. So the expected, so we get here, which is what we expect. We have 2 items now here, and then what if we do another one? So I should expect to see this plus the new one without any additional changes. But what we might see is all 3 of them changing to blue, which I hope is not what we see here. Oh, so the first time we undo it what? Do I know how to set breakpoints in the browser? You don't need to edit and add debugger statements. I do. It's just that because we were here, it was a lot more convenient to just throw it in the debugger statements. Okay. So, is our hack getting in the way here? Because this is, admittedly, this bit was a hack. But that doesn't make any sense, though, because unless we popped... We undo once, right? I'm going to... Hold on, I'm going to add a watch expression here. I'm gonna watch this. Oh, do you have insights? Do you know what this might be? So anyway, to explain this hack here, the reason why this is here is because the top of the history is actually the current value. But we actually don't want a current value in there, or when we do an undo, we want to pop it off. But because the top of the history is the top, is the current value, we actually want to we want to return what the new top is to get the old value. This is a bit of a hack because properly, if we were to do this, we shouldn't be committing. We should be committing before we make any changes, but it's a little bit problematic to do that right now because the way this works, it's difficult to find when we start doing changes, and that's going to need a bit more re-architecting. So for now, that we're putting in this hack here. So as far as I'm concerned, this works properly for the way that we want it to. But what I don't understand is why the top item is being changed here. Are we actually accidentally calling undo start here? Debug. I'm gonna... You're on a test. Okay, what do you need? Can you do a quick test? Yeah, so 539, not relevant to the task at hand, but I just noticed your ad hoc blog levels felt like checking if the thing is there. I mean, yes and no, I guess. The console logs are there largely for one, or primarily first to see where we're at in the program to make sure that it actually gets to that point. And then if I need extra information, I'll add more into in the console log. Can you save undo history to a variable in the console? We can do that, sure. I'll call it S. And I expect what you're going to say is the reference the same? Yeah, there it is. So then we're going to go ahead and do that. And then we're going to change this. So then winClassic.history.undo history is equal to S, which was that before. And then we can go ahead and oh, hold on, we gotta let it go through its thing. Check again, and then we undo. And I should still expect to see this to be true, because nothing, hold on. Yeah, nothing changes this. So it's still the same history object, and we can do the same thing with the actual history object here. So call that T. Hold on, I need a clean slate here. T equals window dot, not window, winClassic.history. winClassic.history dot undo history. Okay, can you tell me what event you're using on the undo button? Okay, we can do that. The undo button is using undo.bind, so it's this here. It's calling to the super method, and then it's doing a bunch of things to update the display, the events. It should be on click. Yeah, on click. Yeah. Just to say it, I said it earlier in the stream, but this should be using add event listener. But the rest of the code uses this style, so as long as we don't need to put more than 2 on there, it should be fine, which right now we don't, so. Because on mouse down gets called multiple times. Does it? When you press, interesting. I don't use mouse events too often, so I can't say I've ever seen that, but I'm not going to say that doesn't happen. On mouse down gets called until you let up. Interesting. But yeah, click would be the correct event to use here. Where were we in this test? I think we need to do one undo here. We do an undo. We should expect to see that. And we should still expect to see... Oh, well, I just forgot it. Okay. S equals, or T equals winClassic.history. And then S equals classic history.undo history. We're going to say both of them. We're going to add another one. And then we're going to check to see if T is equal to winClassic.history, and then S is equal to winClassic.history.undo history. I need both of those. So I should expect to see that true for all, for the entire duration of this test. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and, oh, that's fine. Then we undo once. Apparently I still have a debugger statement there. We undo again. Still true. And then we change the button face. And this is where things go wrong. But we should still, we do still see it being true. So all the references are still the same, which is what I expect because nothing changes the reference anywhere. This.commit. Commit gets inherited from the theme here. This.history.commit, this.items. Okay. .call. Do I have improper this binding anywhere? No, I don't think so. Where is the code that sets the color? So that is all existing code. That's over here. So if we, so there's just this input button, and then we go into Windows Classic JS here. That gets set by an on-input handler for the on-color change. So that sets the item color here. That's under theme, set item color. So that sets it in the internal items object, like so. And then it updates the style sheets and resets the picker. So this updates the UI. And then when it's when you've committed your change, so on the on change events, it calls on color commits, which then changes the display exports down here, and then also commits it to history. Go back to the theme file. All right, what do we have here? So what this does here is it sets the individual item objects. So for example, in this case, the button face, it sets to an object, and then inside there's a color, and then it just does calculations on that, and then it sets a bunch of other colors if necessary. So if we were having reference issues, it could have something to do with this, but we do already do a deep clone in the undo history, so we've already dealt with that. So I'm not sure why this is happening. What gets called after set item color? Okay, we can go back there. Update style sheet. So that'll be up over here. We have set item document at style if item name. Hold on. We're calling without item name. So in this case, for every item in the object, so for every property, we do set item this. We just set it on the, or rather set the CSS properties. So this doesn't touch that at all. Actually, we do have get item color. So, which is only a read. So that shouldn't be an issue. And then after that, we reset the pickers, which I think is here. So for all the input pickers that we have, the color pickers, we go through them, and then we set the value of the picker to the item color for that picker, which, as we saw earlier, was just a read. Okay, so where is the history updates getting called from? So the history gets updated whenever we call this commit, which is at the start of the application, but also every time it gets the on change for the what do you call it, for the input picker. And commit is defined here as history.commit on this.items. And as we saw earlier in the theme history file, all it does it does a deep clone and then pushes that to history. But as we saw, by the time it gets here, we're already, or it's already too late. Something's already changed things. So actually, we can take a look to see if we have something here. Console.log debug this theme commits. This.history.undo history. We can see if things have changed by this point, and if things have changed by this point, then we have a problem. We need to go up further. Okay, so we can take a look at that. Come on, there it is. So that's what we expect. We expect to see one of those. I think it's lazy initialization we should test. I don't know if that would contribute to it, but it is, I suppose it is a possibility. Leave no stone unturned, I suppose. Button face. Hold on. .history, .undo history, .length, -1. .button face. I only want the button face in this case. It is the index passed to that function that's wrong. Passed to which function? The one with the lazy initialization. So hold on. The lazy initialization was already existing code. This.items.item. So set item color. Item color. Hold on. Set item color name color. No. So hold on. This is a string. So this is expecting, so this.items is an object that has string keys, and so for example, button face would be a string key here. So basically this is saying if the property isn't already there, then you initialize it. If we're working with the specific, okay, ripple to linked elements, we can go ahead and go to there. I don't have tag set up here. Minerva, welcome in. Just dropping by to say hello before returning to work. Hope you've been nice evening. It's been an okay evening. We've been stuck debugging for a while, but yeah, that's how it goes when you're programming. But good luck at work. But yeah, the ripple link elements. So it normalizes colors, or rather, it breaks it out into the color components, and then for all the stuff that's specified in the linked elements, which is up here. So basically what this does is when you change the button face and you have link elements on, it allows it to change a bunch of other properties. Whereas if you have it off, it's just a single property. This is also existing code. So for every element in there, it applies a transformer on the color. So in the definition here, so we have button linked elements. We have a bunch of functions, so identity color, luminance 3/2 and luminance 2/3, which are specified here. Basically takes in either RGB or HSL, and it tells this thing what to do with each of those components. And then it then it does another set item color on the linked elements. Does any of that modify the history? No. It does not, because this is all existing code and the history did not exist until we got to this point, and we didn't touch this bit. Anyway, what was I testing here? I was looking at set item color. Doesn't. No, it does not. History is managed outside of that, I think. The reason why we don't have set item color changing history is because that also gets called on inputs, and we don't want that many history items on input. We only want it on change and not on input. And so I wanted to undo here. So we have everything that we wanted. Actually, we don't have everything we wanted. What this tells me is that by the time we call commits here, we've already changed, which is a problem. So what calls commit here? So we don't get that. Here we got display export. Ripple is getting called when you press undo. That's why I'm looking at it. Ripple gets called when you do undo. That doesn't make... Is that correct? You update the style sheet, reset pickers. I'm pretty sure Ripple only gets called on input. Oh, no, wait, no, you're right. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. That would... Alright, let me check this one. So undo. I think you're onto something, but I don't think it impacts this specific one. Because we're looking at button face, which is what ripples out to everything else. So even if Ripple did get called... which actually looks like it doesn't. Update style sheets. Update style sheets doesn't call it. Reset pickers shouldn't call it. Which is out here. Get item color. Yeah, no. So undo is only a read operation basically. After it sets the item, Ripple is called every time you call set item color with 2 parameters. That's correct, but we don't do that. We don't call set item. We don't call set item during the undo call, because set item color. Sets the colors in the item object, but we completely replace the item object, so there's no need to call set item color. So what we're doing is when we're doing an undo, if we go back to here, we take the old object, we replace the new this.items, and then we read out from this.items and ripple it out to the UI. So what I actually need to do though is when we're here, and we're not even touching the INI section yet. That's initialization. We don't need to deal with that. On color commit, I need to check to see if this changes anything. Display export shouldn't change anything, but it's entirely possible that it does. Export to INI. This dot items. Yeah, this is all read, so it's not a thing either. I expect that not to have not to change anything. This dot history dot undo is is that the undo function you were talking about earlier? This dot history dot undo is this one here, which by the time it goes through everything still looks correct. Guys, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Those of you coming in, my name is Penbu, the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making vtuber on Linux. Today we are for once actually programming. It's been a while. We're trying to implement undo history into this application by tPenguinLTG. We're having some trouble because it's undo works, but adding additional changes afterwards doesn't. So it's not quite the way we want. Demonstration here. All right, we make that red. Oh, I didn't link the elements. I'll link the elements there. Make that red, right? And then make this blue or green. And then you undo. You expect it to be red, which it does. And then you expect it to do that, which sure. But in our undo history, actually that looks wrong. Hold up. That looks even more wrong than we had earlier. Do you have the ability to set a watch on the undo history? I do, because it is available from the global scope, which I thought we were already doing here. Which I thought we were already doing here, but I guess it's not. Hello? Another breaks on modification. Head out for now and head to bed. Alright, good night. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you sleep well. Different kind of watch. If you're not talking about this watch, then I'm not sure what you're talking about. Anyway, hold on. I do want to make sure that I do want to see if what this looks like by the time we get up here. Debug. This dot history dot undo history dot not 0. I want this. I'm thinking about this. This should put it on the topmost level, on the outermost level of the object. It should be an own property. So this history should be on the instance of the on the object that's created by Win Classic Theme. And it should break when it changes. Okay. I actually don't know how to do that in here. I'm not sure if this was so I'm working in Pale Moon, so I'm not sure if it has that. I can't say I've ever seen that. Pause on exceptions, show panes on startup. I wonder if Firefox has that. Firebug, that doesn't exist anymore. Firebug was removed before Pale Moon even became a thing. No, Firebug, all it does these days is just create a skin for it. Pretty sure. But okay, we'll switch to Firefox, see if there's anything here. Watch expressions, event listener, breakpoints. Not that one. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and change this. I really don't like this color picker. The other one is much better. Refresh. I'm actually not sure why this is not updating. Interesting. Anyway, I do want to try to get. I do want to try to see what we have here in the undo history here, just to see if we need to look even higher. Where's this dot undo history? Dot length -1. This dot history. If it exists, then we do button fix. So if it's changed all the way up here, which I think it might actually do, annoyingly, then we kind of know where our boundary is. Okay. There's a breakpoint that breaks on a variable change, and I can't remember what it's called. I think I've seen that. Oh, I need a label on this one. On color commits. Okay, so we see this. That is what we expect. Where's my map? I'm gonna do the map thing. Okay, so we add 1. We add 2. We should expect to see that one. So on color commit, we have that. Pale Moon doesn't have it does have the optional chain. I just accidentally added one too many dots. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it didn't used to, but it does now. I'm pretty sure it's had it for several years now, too. Okay, so by the time it gets here, it's already changed, which is a problem. So are we looking at something in here? Is this causing issues? But none of this changes history. Okay. May as well add a debugger statement here. I mean, I can do it in here, but don't worry about it. I'm going to set a watch expression for What am I looking at? Twitch crash? Don't worry, I haven't said anything. I don't think I've said anything important. So I suspect, and this doesn't make any sense because if it works here, well, it works the first time. It's only when we undo that it doesn't work. So what makes a difference from on the undo case? Am I looking at the wrong things? Hold on. I'm just gonna make sure my array operations are all correct. Array.prototype.push. How to do color space conversion? That sounds pretty rough. I mean, thankfully libraries exist for that, but I expect it to be kind of annoying even despite that. Okay, so array.prototype.push adds it to the end of the array, which is what we expect. Pop also removes the last element from the array, which is what we expect. So I am maintaining a stack here and not accidentally changing the wrong end of the array. Dinner time, welcome in. We're just trying to debug this thing because our undo stack isn't working as I expect it to. There aren't any pure JS libraries that handle BT2020 color space. That is outside my area of expertise, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm sure you can probably I would expect there to be say a C library or a Rust library or something that probably does, in which case you can compile it to WASM and then use it through that. But then that means having to deal with WASM. WASM doesn't run on some of my targets? Oh. Well, I guess, I mean, ASM.js is still a thing that you can do, technically. ASM.js, the precursor to WASM. I don't know if anyone still uses that, though, but at least it has the advantage of being pure JavaScript. If you like pain, you can just do the color space math yourself. But yeah, you could do that too. At least with algorithms, I hesitate to say straightforward to implement, but they're at least testable. And you have an algorithm that you can follow and translate fairly close to one-to-one in code, probably. Did do the color space math myself. Still need to implement BT2100 PQ. I have not heard of that one. Yeah, color space conversion is usually just a matrix of power and a few other things. Yeah, that sounds about right. What am I looking at here? I think I got a little bit sidetracked. But basically what's happening is that we can push things onto our undo stack just fine. And wait a minute, that's not right. That's not right at all. Hold up. Oh no, that is correct for what that is. Theme history. I need to start labeling all these debugs. I have to be able to convert it to other color spaces. HLG was easier. And HLG is another thing that I haven't heard of. Right, okay, so we do this. Hybrid log gamma. Ah. I know those words individually. And I know what gamma is in the context of colors. I don't know what makes it, what hybrid log does to it. Log as in logarithm? But I don't know what it would be hybrid of. Is it like HDR stuff? Where's my thing? I'm looking for this one here. So this is what I expect to see in the undo history, right? We've done it. We have the original, we have the first one, and then we have the second one. Then we undo. Undo pop. Actually, I should probably change that to do the map thing. I'm gonna go ahead and copy that, paste it in here. Alright, let's have a look at what this link is. Saber color space conversion table. Offsets. Yeah, this looks about right. For what conversions would be like. Well, good luck with that. I can sympathize with the pain. Okay, we're doing this. That is that. I'm hoping redo is going to be significantly easier than this, but redo is also going to require an array. It's HDR stuff? Oh, there he goes anytime. I'm surprised things don't already exist for JavaScript, because I'm sure somebody's had to have done that at some point. And then we undo, and we have undo star, we have pop. This is what we expect this to be like. And then we undo again, and we also expect this to be like this. And then once we get to commit, it's already like that. This makes absolutely no sense. Okay, so now that we've determined that by this point it's already changed the history somehow. We can go ahead and log things out at this point. And we can see where these things get changed. I could use a debugger for this. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No, okay, that's what we expect it to do. And then you undo. And then you undo again. I'm working on JavaScript subtitle renderer for a powerful but unsupported on the web subtitle format. I need to be able to match the subtitles to the video even if it's HDR video. Ah, we're talking about the AS format, aren't we? Very familiar. Actually, no, that can't be right, because subtitles octopus or whatever, that does exist. And like, what was it? Crunchyroll has an ASC render, so you might be. Are you talking about the different formats? Octopus doesn't support HDR and is laggy. How do I know? I hang around fan subbers and and know their techniques, so it's I've actually let me pull this up. I have worked in it myself as well. YouTube.com Penbu VT. There's I misuse EG sub for a bunch of other things, so like making thumbnails. Why don't we send a GIF of your renderer's output? Sure, why not? Actually, you can send that over in the Discord. It's probably safer that way. Go look at the Penbu live channel and drop it in there. But yeah, there's the fan subbing series, and then there's also something else I'll do. Back. There's also something else that I did with this. This one. I'll wait for you to come back from ads. Yeah. Yeah. Twitch tells me that you still have 40 seconds, but I assume you might already be out. So I know Twitch says, oh, maybe not. But yeah, Twitch sometimes lets people out early for some reason. But anyway, while we wait, we're gonna look at this, and we should expect to see something change in between there somewhere. Hopefully. So we change this FF or. Aha! Something, okay. So in between 2 and 3... In between 1 and 2. Set item color changes history. Why? Okay, now we have to look into that. So yeah, as I was saying, I have used EG sub on stream before. We do have the fan subbing series, but also I've used it a bunch on things like thumbnails, because it's a lot easier to work with text in EG sub than that. So I can send this one over. Oh, nope, no, don't want to actually play that. Where's the playlist? Playlist is here somewhere. There's the playlist. So yeah, there's the playlist for that one. But also, I made this an EG sub because there was a trend a while back where people were making VTuber logos out of random things, and so I made that one. But anyway, as for sending the GIF over, you can join the Discord, send it over in the Penbu live channel. So, set item color changes history, apparently. Why? I think set item color is in here. When explicitly, the history should not be changed. Like, it doesn't touch history. Oh, you know, oh no, okay, no, that's... we're back into references. Okay. So what's happening here is because we return the first item in history as a reference. And so when things get changed out here, it reaches into that object and because it's the exact same object, it changes the object in history too. And once again, we're being bitten by the hack that we put in. Okay, so the easy way to get around this is to do this. We'll fix that later. The whole stream is accidentally an ad for Rust. Yeah, okay. So I'll have a look at that later, thanks. Because I figured it was probably going to be anime and I can't show that on stream. I'm not familiar enough with Rust to know how that would solve this problem here, but I'll take your word for it. A short clip with no audio, so that would be a problem. You'd think that, but I've actually been hit with just video before, so I'm not taking that risk. But I will have a look at it after stream. The language fundamentally rules out this entire class of error. Interesting. Yeah, I think at some point it will probably have a Rust learning stream. Don't know when yet though. But okay. Now that's done. Now that we figured that out, this should just work. Okay. And then we can do, and that's great. All right. So we'll go ahead and commit that after we clean up all the debugs. One of the nice things about this is where if I can search for debug, I get everything that has a debug in it, which means all I have to do is debug, so search for all lines that have debug and then delete them. Just like that. Very handy. And also just going to make sure that everything here is what we want there as well. You can still write code full of shared references and pervasive mutability, but it's discouraged through ergonomics. I see. Now, it's probably one of those things where if you want to do that, you probably have to intentionally do that. And so you know full well when you're doing it. Is that where the unsafe keyword comes in? Have you tried, instead of serialize and deserialize, doing a deep clone? That's what that serialize and unserialize is for. Because we don't have access to structured clone in this environment. Would be nice. But yeah, the stringify parse is the classic way of doing this. Doing a deep clone without structured clone would be faster. I assume you mean doing a deep clone with structured clone? Unless you're saying go in and recursively clone it, in which case I could, but also performance is not really much of a not much of a concern here, because undo doesn't happen very often, commit doesn't happen very often, so as long as it runs fast enough, it's fine. Kind of not really. The types in question are implemented using unsafe codes, but they're commonplace in safe code, which is kind of the point. They abstract over things that safe Rust can't express, providing a restricted interface that upholds the rules. I see. But yeah, I think even performance were more of a concern. Doing a recursive clone like that would probably be worth it, but in this case, it's not enough of a concern for it to be worth it. So I'm just used to needing every OP, every op I can with subtitle render, and I always look at stuff like that, which is fair, yeah. Especially with something real time like that, or I mean, it's not with something that is time sensitive like that. It makes sense to need every optimization, but yeah, for something like this, it's not necessary. Okay, so that's undo, and I think we can go ahead and commit that. Oh right, I forgot. I need to Oh? Did Teamworks freeze? I think Teamworks froze. It happens sometimes. Which is also true for types that aren't escape hatches for ownership. Malloc is unsafe, but Beck is safe. Alright, because I don't think I call it. Which file was that? That was in theme.js. I didn't run it on this yet. So then we can go ahead and commit the rest of that. Undo. Expose, undo. Implement undo in the UI. Do I need to expand on this? I think I do. Where is... What else do we have here? I think... No, hold up. Got more stuff to make more granular here. Pro tip, don't try to plug stuff into an 800 volt circuit while it's on. Definitely didn't shock myself just now. Yeah, that's probably a good tip to keep in mind. I actually want to commit this separately, so this is going to be deep clone items before adding to history. Deep clone items added to history. Added and... No, that's fine. Items must be deep cloned at the boundary of the history module to prevent accidental modifications to history items. Sure. I should probably work on refactoring the process of breaking up some code, as I haven't been able to get contributors. I think due to the walls of code in each file being overwhelming. Yeah, I can imagine with something so specialized like that, it would be difficult to get people in. Sometimes you just have to nerd snipe people. But yeah, good luck with the refactor. There's a story of one of the maintainers of a fairly recent fork of EG Sub, where I don't think he was familiar with EG Sub and the language was it C++? I don't think he was very familiar with the stuff that was required there, but eventually he ended up having to learn it and now knows more stuff about EG Sub than probably definitely than most people. If you ever feel like contributing, I'd appreciate the help. If I ever feel like programming, I mean, I think the problem here is that I am not very motivated to program these days, much less something complex like that. But if I ever find the desire to, I will let you know. Twitch crashed. Well, welcome back. Yeah, I didn't really say anything too important. Yeah, as I was saying, I don't really feel the desire to program robustly these days. And for something like yours, you probably want robust code. But if that ever changes, I will let you know. What were we doing here? Add undo functionality to UI. Add an undo button and override the inherited undo methods to also update the UI. In the UI, and override the inherited undo methods in Win Classic theme to also update the UI. And it's just code review. Any contributions appreciated, but I understand it's been slow going myself. Yeah, the thing with code review is that it's actually, in many ways, it's actually harder than just writing the code, because one, you have to be very familiar with the system and the code, you understand how it works and how it plays with everything else. And while you're not writing new code, you do have to understand the application. I don't know, I did a lot of code review when I was working full time as a web dev. I think I've had my fill. That said, I think at some point I do want to do a code review stream, reviewing people's bash scripts whenever we have enough people to submit those, because there's a lot of bad bash scripts out there. Or a lot of bad scripting advice, rather. So I think it would be, one, be good for content, and two, good as an educational opportunity. Okay, I think that's all committed. So now we can go ahead and do the redo. Actually, there's one more thing I want to do here, because if you undo past the first one, things go wrong. You don't want that. I wrote some heinous bash scripts in high school robotics, but unfortunately I can't show them without doxing myself. Yeah, fair enough. Sorry, browser crashed. I don't know why your browser's crashing so much. Yeah, I don't think I said too much that's important. I said, what did you miss? I think that's a better question. What was the last thing you heard? Been running for several weeks? Fair enough. I actually run my browser also for several weeks. It's been fairly stable. I don't think I've ever had any crashes, or I don't think I run into crashes very frequently. But mostly also I do have an extension that unloads tabs when they're not being used, so that does help a lot. Might be a month or two. What's my uptime here? Well, that's not as bad as I thought it would be. I mean, I know the application, or the machine crashed at one point. Or no, maybe I should. What was 40 days ago? 40 days ago was when I went on vacation, so I shut it down for that. Imagine an uptime on a head full machine couldn't be me. Honestly, I shouldn't have it up this long, but it's a bit of a pain to have to restart. Yeah, on the topic of doxing bash scripts, you can anonymize it and submit it if that's something that you're able to do. But I can also understand that if it's very specific to a specific application, it might not make it, even when you do anonymize it, it might not make sense at all. Maybe disorganized in many ways, but I always manage to close everything down each night. Well, good for you. I think for me, my hesitance to closing things down is that I would have to bring everything back up, and I have a lot of applications running. They don't. I mean, obviously, when my, so funny story. my laptop died earlier today, just before stream, and it was apparently I had accidentally unplugged it, so the battery got drained, and so I had to start that back up and from scratch. But I don't actually use my laptop all that much these days, as much as this as the streaming PC. But even if it were the streaming PC, you know, sometimes it does die for one reason or another. I have to restart it, or I don't know, something happens, and I do have to get things back up. So it's not like I can't, but it is something that I think I prefer not to. Exterita, welcome in. What is this? I'm just joining. This looks interesting. This is, we're working on Windows Classic Theme Designer by tPenguinLTG. We just added undo functionality after a long debugging session. I'll go ahead and demonstrate that here. This is very old code. Oh wait, oh, something's wrong. Apparently something's still wrong here. Okay, well, we're gonna have to look into that. But yeah, this is very old code. So we have some limitations, like being stuck in ES5. But no, it's nothing that we can't work around. ES5 is not that bad. But I say this as somebody who's worked in ES5 for a long time too. So I know my way around it. Newer programmers of JavaScript might not, especially with all the nice things that later versions have come out with. I started with ES3. I think I did too, actually. I think ES5 might have been around, or like it's in its infancy around the time. But I definitely started with the subset that was ES3. So this is a small project from Days Yonder to theme Windows pre-Arrow era. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me just send you the original repo here. I should still have it open somewhere. Yeah, so this is the original repo. I'm going to be using this for the 200 follower special. I'm just waiting for Twitch to get up to 200. YouTube's already there. But the plan is we're going to be making Windows Classic themes for the viewers. You know, so you submit an image, I make a theme, and then send you a theme file for you to do with whatever. And if we don't have enough submissions, I'll just make themes for other VTubers. But it would be nice to have undo and redo. Because being able to mess around like this is nice to have. So that's what we're doing here. What if we run Arch? Are you gonna make us an i3 or a Sway Rice? I am actually running. We're running Arch right now. Neil Fetch. I'm using WMII as my my window manager. So I don't know. WMII is what inspired i3, so I think any themes that could be made for that could be ported over to i3. Found the most cursed fetch app. Oh, to share. Yeah, they probably didn't cache much all back in those days. I mean, part of it I think was also the graphic capabilities were probably much more limited, so you couldn't do the fancy like fancy glass effects and whatnot. But yeah, I actually, as you can see in the overlays here, I quite like this this look. I do wish they had kept it in recent versions of Windows, but I don't use Windows anymore, so I don't care as much. The last version of Windows I used for personal use was Windows 7, and I switched over to Linux full-time about a decade ago. I'd used Linux full-time prior to that because my dad installed OpenSUSE on our family PC, but at some point he switched to Windows because he got tired of it. And then when I got my laptop for university, that came with Windows, and I had meant to put Linux on it as soon as I could, but ended up delaying that until the term was over. Found extra vibration dampeners and matching screws, all 6 drives fully installed. Congrats. I haven't ever had much gripe against the look of Windows. It's something that was once really good. Yeah. Windows 10, I think I had less of a problem with. I had to use Windows 10 for work. They actually used to let us use Linux, but then then IT decided to use an MDM program that didn't support Linux, so we had to switch to Windows, or I had to switch to Windows. We had the option of getting a Mac or Windows. I chose Windows, in part because I don't like Macs really, and Windows has a Unix system now with WSL, so I mean WSL Linux is technically not Unix, but close enough. I basically lived in WSL for that whole time. Yeah, I do agree Windows is better for enterprise weekend business. I was a developer, or I was in tech, so there are use cases for having a Mac. Yeah, Docker as well, yeah. One of these days I will learn how to write a Docker file from scratch. I know how to modify existing ones, but I've never actually written one from scratch. What were we doing here? We were going to try to disable this until we had until we have more undo items. That's what it was. Boots, very good. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to expose a length. We're going to expose a length property here. Theme.history.prototype.length. We're going to do a little something cursed here. Is it an object.define property? It is, okay. Object.define property. We're going to have this, and that is going to take this. So that we can make this a getter. We're going to make this enumerable true. We can call this get. It's going to be a function. This dot return this dot undo history dot length. Boots, all right, very good. Close to the cursed fetch. Oh, is the the Nyarch Linux thing, yeah. What else do you have here? I don't see anything else that's particularly. Oh yeah, no, the whole. Oh yeah, that's yeah. For those of you who don't know what I'm looking at, if you're in the Discord, we have the Penbu live channel. You can go ahead and join that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's neofetch or some neofetch derivative and then pipe to some olification program, which I'm not familiar with. But it might not be? Oh no, it must be. I don't know, maybe it is. It's custom? It will fetch, I see. I'm just gonna have a look at that, what's in here. Wait, it's in the official Arch repos too? What? Is that under the, it's under extra, of course it's under extra. This is written in C. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna go, I am not going to dig into that right now. It's cool to see people make use of Vim motions. This feel like it's not shown off that much, or sometimes NVim insert mode locked. Yeah, there's actually you might be interested. I don't think the stream went that well, but people did find this Vim golf. People found me through this, and I don't know why, but it did blow up a tiny bit some time ago. I played Vim Golf on stream, and I think it was a little bit hard to follow. But if you're interested in Vim motions, that could maybe teach you a thing or two that you might not know. So yeah, we're looking at a getter here, returning undo history length. So then we can say that if it is not greater than 1, is that correct? Is that correct? Undo button not disabled is true. And then on commits, we want to do this dot undo button dot disabled equals false, because we have 1 there. And then we want to say that on undo, we want to say this dot history dot length is greater than 1, is equal to 1, less than or equal to 1. YouTube just shot me a cool recommend for your stream. I've been trying to practice Vim more and was partway through making a game of Vim controls to use in practice. Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, I've been trying to think of how to make more use out of Vim on stream, apart from just editing. Vim Golf was one of those ideas, and I know there have been a couple of games for Vim. I haven't tried them. I haven't done any of those on stream though, so maybe that's an option. What am I looking at? Okay, so I expect this to be disabled. And it isn't because theme history is not a constructor. Define property theme.history.prototype length. Is it because of this? Theme is not defined. Theme history. Theme history.history is not defined. Because I wrote this wrong. Yeah, that's it. Subtitle render still struggles with heavy typesetting, but it's getting better. Yeah, I mean it's JavaScript, so I wouldn't expect super high performance from it. But I suppose it is possible. It would be difficult, but possible. I think I'll save raid setup for another day. It's entirely new to me. For now, I have just 60 block devices. Congratulations. Hope you make good use of it. Okay, so it is disabled there. And we expect this. And we expect this. That is what we want. Very good. Which means I can't click that. This also means that I don't need to, if I'm being really, really lazy, I don't need to protect against calling undo more times than necessary in the history module. And I am feeling a little bit lazy. It'll do for this. This is fine. I think properly, if you were going to do this, you want to have some safeguards in undo, where if you pop too hard, or if you pop past what's in the history, then you throw an error, which it already does, because this you can't stringify this. I think something about this. I think I did see an error or something where you can't stringify this. Properly, you check for it, but it's fine. Okay, so that's undo. That is all of undo done, I think. Oh, we didn't check import. I didn't check import. Hold up. What happens in the dev console stays in the dev console. So what if we change? What if we do this? What if we import? Aha! Aha! Okay, yeah, I need to fix that. The most annoying bug I've currently in my render is Gaussian blur appears too strong, even though the math is right. ASS is a quirky format. I know blur, I think, is tied to what was it? Was it video? Or was it PlayRes or was it LayoRes? One of those two. And I know blur doesn't scale well if you don't have LayoRes. So I don't know. I know blur is a little bit of a tricky one. So maybe what I actually want to do here is, instead of doing that, I have layout and PlayRes implemented correctly. I see. So yeah, maybe it's just that. Like, for example, I know fonts are font size is another tricky one. Although I think once you have the math, it all works out. But fonts, I think it's based on the line height of the font for the size, and it makes it kind of tricky to work with when the fonts don't behave as you expect them to. Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a problem for rendering, but it is a bit of an annoyance for authoring. So yeah, I think what we can do here is we do win classic theme prototype commit. We can override the inherited commit function here, or inherited commit method rather, so that when we do this, instead of doing that over here, we can do that over here. And so then when we commit, even on imports, oh, actually that's going to be a bit of a problem, because we don't want it here. I'm okay to duplicate that. That's fine. It's only twice. When you duplicate it and you need it 3 times, that's when you maybe should start thinking about it. But twice in close proximity like this is sometimes okay. And in this case, I'm going to call that okay. So yeah, we do commit 3 times, one at initialization, one at on color change, and then the other one at imports. And so now when we do that, we can go ahead and change the button face. Import that. That should... Come on. 0. That's not right. Why is there nothing in here? That's the kind of thing that today would just be hidden away in a sub component anyway, yeah. It's all abstractions. We don't have that many abstractions in this one because it's a very simple application. Why is there nothing here? That's not correct. Oh, right, because I didn't actually call it the super method. That would be good to do. I overrode the method and then didn't call the parent one. Okay, that's what we expect. So now we go ahead and import this, and we should see the undo button there. And try that again. So I had questioned earlier whether it makes sense to reset the history on imports, or whether it makes sense to just keep it. I think it's more flexible if we keep it, although I can see the case for clearing history on imports. Because I can maybe see a case where you take this, you change something up in a text editor, and then paste it back into here. You might want to keep some of the previous states. Okay. So we take that, we take that. So we have length there, disable that, and do that. Okay. I wonder how long a long smart test takes. I give it several hours, maybe a day. If you're going this modern, I say leave the flexibility in rather than intuitive wording. Yeah. I don't know how modern plays into that, but yeah, I think the flexibility is nice. What am I looking at? What did I do here? I just did a diff. Oh yes, okay. Disable undo button when no disable undo button at first undo state. When there are no nothing, when there is nothing to undo, communicates that to the user by disabling the undo button. Sure. 6 terabyte is already so hours time. Sounds about right. Yeah, and you have you said you had 22, right? I think I've attempted a smart test before, a long one, and it just always fails. Not because the disk is bad, but I think something in, I don't know, something in the test just doesn't work. Yeah, 6 times 22. No, the thing with that is that at least with those tests you can run all them, all the tests in parallel. So you really only need to care about the runtime for 22 terabytes. Okay, now we implement redo. We'll probably call it there. Redo, I hope, is going to be easier. Now that we've gotten all that done. So we're gonna create a new array here, redo history. I didn't need to type all that out. And we're going to copy this. We call it redo. And then not const. We don't have access to const here. Var old state equals this. Actually, we don't need this. We don't need to save this. We can just do this dot redo history dot push. We can push the old thing into here. When you do take a look at the clip I posted in Discord, let me know. Yeah, I will definitely comment on that. So we pop through the redo history here. And we do redo history length there. And then we also, when you do a commit, you also want to clear the redo history. We're working with typical undo semantics here. So when you make a change, when you're at an undo state, and you have things in your redo queue, you typically will remove the queue there. No const, no lets. Indeed, yes. Only vars here. So we push the item and then we do this dot redo history dot length equals 0 because that's how you clear arrays in JavaScript. You just set the length. I actually didn't know this was a thing for quite a while. But yeah, since we are doing a lot of mutation here, and we're not doing things terribly functionally here. I guess you could just assign it to assign a new array, but yeah, you can clear them that way. Yeah, you can. Hi, Hungame, welcome in. Yeah, we're just adding redo functionality to this this application now. So actually, you can set this length to anything, like any arbitrary number. So you can grow the array if you wanted to, by setting this length to something that's larger than the array itself. But you can also truncate the array so that it, say you have an array of 5 items, you set the length to 3, now you have the first 3 items. And then the 4th and 5th are just gone. Yeah, we had earlier implemented the undo, and so now we're just doing redo. Live garbage collection is a thing for a reason as much as we love dodging it. Yeah, most of the time garbage collection does work, and it does come in handy for things like this where you can just assume that it works, but there are cases where it doesn't. I remember there was a case when I was working on a front end written in, was it Riot? I think it was Riot.js. No, I'm not that it matters though, because I think the pattern we ended up with could have happened in anything. We were hanging on to a reference to a DOM node in a closure, and turns out it was sticking around even after, even it would look like it would garbage collect itself, but that ended up not being the case, and our memory usage ballooned, and so we end up having to null it out before it's reached the end of scope. Estimate is 2,500 minutes. How many is that in hours? 41 hours. That's a little bit under 2 days. Enclosures can be messed for garbage collection, yeah. So now that we have a redo queue, actually this is not right. Hold on. We actually need to push this into the undo queue. Now, some of you might be thinking, where are the tests? Why are we not writing tests for this? That's because the original repo doesn't have any tests. It's not meant to be so serious. It would be nice to have them, but also, it's fine. I don't think anyone's really using this in any serious capacity, although apparently there's been at least one person who's forked it and added functionality to it to add in a new import section. Tests are for the week. I actually do take tests seriously. It's just I don't like writing them. I don't like the rigidness that comes with having to write tests. But I do understand their utility and would advocate for writing tests. I would just have rather. I think coding in general is not a thing that I like to do anymore, and I think writing tests ended up in contributing to that. For what it's worth, I do subscribe to TDD, test-driven development, where you write the test first and then the code, and I do think that helps a lot, and is very useful. But I think it's something about the rigidness and robustness of having to write production code that is robust and follows all the best practices and whatnot is I don't know, just something I kind of don't want to do anymore. Right, and we need to add a redo. So we're gonna add one here. And we can't call this old items anymore. Actually, we don't even need to do this anymore. We can just do this. Hold up. I'm gonna refactor this a little bit. I like purposeful tests. I don't like test mirroring and weighing in as much time as getting something out too. Yeah, I mean, if your tests are not purposeful, then you shouldn't be writing them, I think. Because every test should be testing something meaningful, and if it's not meaningful, then you're just wasting time. Like testing critical business logic or security, absolutely. Testing code reuse or boilerplate cruising sometimes. Yeah, I don't think you necessarily need to test boilerplate, because if it's boilerplate, then it's already been fairly established that it works. I'm not sure how you would test code reuse. That's not something that makes sense to me as a phrase. And maybe because it doesn't make sense, maybe because if it doesn't make sense as a phrase, it doesn't make sense to do as a thing to actually do. Okay, so I need to also override the redo in here in that case. This opinion is far less controversial than enterprise code bases would have you believe. Like where you need 100% test coverage. And now we have 3. This is still fine. I'm still gonna call this fine. I don't like this this duplication here, and this set of 3 functions probably could be abstracted away because we kind of do it in a bunch of other places. Well, we don't do all 3 of them at the same time, so maybe not. So much professional work policy feels like it follows extremes, either unreasonably little or too much. Rare to find anything in between, so it's pick a poison. If you're gonna have tests at all, come on, make them good. I think my company was actually pretty decent about. I mean, I don't think we had strict policies on testing because, well, the front end team actually didn't do a whole lot of testing. Some of that might have been my fault, because I was the tech lead and I maybe should have pushed more on that, but also the way we worked. One, the code base was set up in such a way that it was kind of. It's hard to test front end stuff, I think, in general. Tools exist for it, but it's a lot harder to test front end stuff than it is to test functions. And I think a lot of the way that the application was built was we were writing a lot of front end stuff and didn't put things into functions enough. So we wouldn't be able to test a lot of things. Guess it has been hell trying to find a way to test for render, yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe that's contributed to my my distaste for testing too, because I'm largely okay with testing functions, but when it comes to testing more than that, especially front end stuff, it's kind of very tedious. MPSR All-Star is racing. Welcome in. Something wild is going on. Yeah, we're actually pretty nearing the end, I think. We just need to add a redo button, but I think the logic is mostly there. So hopefully it works. We are doing a bit of a cowboy coding here. We're coding off the seat of our pants. But the functionality is there. It works. I just hope it works for everything. It's going to be good enough for what I need it to be anyway. How Cavalier? Well, for one, we aren't running any tests. We're just testing manually, and we've added a couple hacks here and there, like the theme history, for example. This dance here, where we're returning the top of the history stack instead of the thing that we popped, is kind of iffy. But also, I guess with redo in place, this kind of makes sense. It does SSIM and XYZ color space. That is something I do not understand. I think I understand XYZ and I don't understand SSIM. Where's the button? Button. Undo button. Redo. And then I also need, where is this thing? Undo button disabled, redo button disabled. Oh. Okay. Forgot. We actually need to separate these two. So we are going to need another property there, because we can't just have length and leave it at that, because we need to know where we are in our position here. So we're going to take this, we're going to copy it, redo length there, and then do that here as well. Okay. And then we're also going to copy this on yes. So now we have a redo button, which should be disabled. And that undo should also be disabled, actually. Because .length is still here. This one, actually, we could probably assume is false, or is true rather, because as soon as you add something, the redo queue is going to be cleared. But I don't know if I want to assume that here, because then that means that this is knowing what the this knows what the logic of the theme history module is, and I think that's overreaching a little bit. I'm missing one. Where is it? Oh no, it's the right. It was the commit, right? So that should be. That should be 0 of that. Interesting. Oh, you know what would make this a little bit more clear? If we had kept the current in... Yeah, I think that might make it more clear. So earlier we were thinking about having this .current as a thing. And I think that might make it more clear as opposed to doing this thing here. Because I think this logic is actually wrong. Hold up. Because I think what you want... you actually still want this. This is awful. Because you push it over to the undo history, so you want it the last thing in the undo history. So instead of doing this, it actually makes more sense to have it this .current. Well, we'll see if this works for now, and then we can refactor later. Why is this not... Why is that not disabled? Ah, yes, okay. Because it doesn't exist right now. Okay, there we go. That's what we expect. And so, do that. I expect redo to not have anything. We'll add in a couple more. Aisha was having a series popped on Twitch, got swamped ads, forgot how commercial heavy it is here. Yeah. That's it's one cons of one platform versus cons of another. But welcome in. One of the nice things about dual streaming is that you do have the option to choose where you want to watch. Hey, look at that, that works. Very good. And then we want to test out what happens if you make something new here. I should expect to see redo cleared. And indeed it does. Very good. So that works as I expected to. Now we can just go ahead and refactor this, because this is not great. We can finally get rid of this hack. At least. So I'm going to go ahead and commit this though. Support redo. Add a new redo queue to the theme history to keep track redo states. Okay, so now how do we change this so that it isn't like this? We can initialize currents. This dot history commit. This dot commit. So yeah, we have this dot commit here. What you actually want? No, but you do want this, because you want to commit at the end and not at the beginning. This dot, I'm going to make the assumption here that currents, you're never going to be committing an undefined, which is probably a terrible assumption to make. If we had symbols, if we had access to symbols, this could be a sentinel symbol, but there are no symbols in ES5. So unfortunately we can't have that. We can guard this, so we don't want to push it. We don't want to push it if the current is undefined. So if this dot currents people prefer to do it this way. I think people prefer to do it that way because in some older versions of JavaScript you can actually reassign undefined. I don't think you can do that anymore in newer versions, but that was a thing that you might have been able to do. Can't you just check for false in one way and type of null string or 0 in another? Yeah, it's with some assumptions you can check for just truthy. And in the way that this is being used, a truthy check would be sufficient. I don't think I want to assume that much. But I think we can probably assume that undefined is not going to be a thing that you'd want to commit. No, I don't want that much. So if it is undefined, then we do this dot current is equal to the item. Otherwise, we push. So if this is the first thing, then we make it the current. Otherwise, we push the item. We push this dot currents to it. We don't need this because we will do this if it is not undefined. we do that, and then we do this dot current is the stringify JSON.stringify. We do that. Okay. So I think that's correct for this one. And then for undo, we do this dot current is redo history dot push this dot current, and then undo history of this dot current is equal to undo history dot pop. And then which means we can just stringify this dot current. That sounds correct. And in the same way, redo we'll push undo history dot push this dot current. And then redo history will pop and go onto this dot current, which means then you can stringify this dot current. I think that checks out. We'll find out. Oh, this is going to need to change. Okay, hold on. So undo that, redo that, so that works. And because we have the ones here, the ones should actually change to zeros. Which now this makes a lot more sense. Because if your history is empty, then you shouldn't, you can't, it's a lot more logical to say that this is disabled if your history is non-existent, if it's empty. Yes, then we undo and redo, undo, redo works. And then we go ahead and clear the redo queue. And indeed, we do clear the redo queue and have that new one there. And hey, I would say this works. And this updates too. And then we can add in this and make sure that this works. Import that. That clears the redo queue as well, which we do want. And there we go. One enhancement we can do to this is add in key handlers. Do I actually want to do that? I don't think it'd be terribly difficult, but I also don't want to do it in a way that, because if you add in key handlers, then for example, you implement Control-Z for undo. You'd have to take care of doing that for the Mac as well. Yeah, capturing keybinds feature creeps. You know, hold on, because it is. If you go to the original, if you go to the original one, there is an issue for undo and redo. And it is listed as an enhancement. So it's not a requirement, but it is something we could do. But I think for what I need, the buttons are going to be good enough. Because I don't see myself undoing too much, and if I do need to undo, I can just click the button. Now maybe we have an access key on this, so that I can say if I put this in, say access key is U, and access key is R, then I can have it, then I can just use the browser's built-in shortcuts. Just add another one. So on Firefox, this is Alt-Shift-U, and then Alt-Shift-R for the redo. Alt-Shift being the access key, which I think this could be useful. Maybe I'll keep this one in. And hey, you get keybinds without without too much extra work, but they are a little bit unconventional. But access keys are nice, if you know they exist. Okay, I think we'll add that. But we're gonna go ahead and commit this bit first. Refactor team history module to is this strictly a refactor? Make history module undo queue more intuitive. That's not a good. It's not a good subject. Separate current state from undo queue. That's much more descriptive. Make the history modules undo queue more intuitive by separating out the current state. Previously, the current state was at the heads, the top. One, it's not undo queue; it's an undo stack. Those are different data structures. I was at the top of the stack. But now the undo stack is strictly for past states, and the current state is in its own variable. I was gonna say container. Add access keys to undo and redo buttons. Why write that all out in shell instead of going straight to editor? It's because if I make a mistake and the commit somehow doesn't go through, then I still have the commit message in my shell history. Technically, it does get written to a commit message file, I think, in the Git directory, but sometimes it's not so reliable in certain cases. Poor man's keybinds for undo and redo. Access key plus U and access key plus R respectively. Okay. And then I think that's it. What do we say? So add theme history class, we committed color inputs, changes to history stack, deep clone the items added to history, add the undo functionality UI, disable undo button in first undo stage, support redo functionality, separate current state from undo stack. Then we added access keys. Do we need to squash these into any commits? I don't think so. I mean, maybe one of these could be broken up, but I don't know if I care enough to do that. Yeah, I think this is probably fine. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then I'm going to go ahead and make a pull request. Do that in a browser that I'm actually logged into. I had one here earlier. Add add history? That's not what it was. Implements history. Implement undo and redo. We're gonna add a screenshot as well, because we may as well. Actually, no, I don't need the whole thing. I can just screenshot this bit. Implement undo and redo buttons. Functionality and expose expose it in the UI through undo and redo buttons. Access keys U and R have been added as foreman's keybinds. That's okay. Now I'll just have a look at the rest of the diff here. Just make sure that there's everything here is sane. Seems good so far. I should maybe add a little bit more here, saying to do this, a new history module was added that implements, that contains an undo and redo two stacks, one for undo and one for undo, another for redo. The theme class instantiates a copy. And how do we say has and exposes it through the history property. Sanchez copy exposes it through history property and implements the commits, undo and redo methods for managing the start items. The Win Classic theme Gonna add backticks there. A new theme history module. Run classic theme overrides these methods to also update the UI. Okay, I think. Oh no, and then it's we need to closes. Is implements a word? Is implements a keyword rather for this thing? Oh, that's not what I'm looking at. I just had this issue open. I don't remember which window it was. Influence number 6. Oh, I guess I could have just done that. Closes 6. GitHub closes keyword. I would like to have implements if that's a thing you can use. Resolves, okay. I think I will use resolves. And that doesn't have to be anywhere specific, right? Yeah, I think as long as it's in there, it should be fine. Okay, I think that's it. I'll go ahead and create that pull request. And there we go. Hopefully this all works. I'll have to give tPenguinLTG a poke, and he'll probably merge it in at some point when he gets around to it. But there's a pull request if any of you would like to take a look at it. But yeah, I think that's it. This is in a good enough state for me to be able to do design on when we get to 200. So for those of you who missed it, I was working on undo and redo because I want to use this for the 200 subscriber special, sorry, 200 follower special. Because subscribers mean something else on Twitch. But yeah, the 200 follower special, we're already over 200 over on YouTube. Twitch is now, as of right now, is only 9 away. So thanks for all the follows that happened during the stream. But yeah, the idea is that we are going to be making Windows Classic themes for anyone who submits an image, or anyone who wants one. And if there aren't enough, then we'll make themes for other VTubers. So that should be fun. And then I'll distribute the themes or something afterwards as well. I think what would be nice is to implement. There was another one here. Export the whole theme file so that I can just download the thing, but I think I can make do with some text mangling, text manipulation rather. So yeah, that'll come at some point. Just waiting for Twitch to go to 200 before we do that, which means probably sometime in November, December-ish, about the rate things are going. So watch out for that. Actually, funny thing, I think we reached up 100 maybe around that time last year. Maybe a little bit after. So it's it's very long overdue. Okay, I think that's it for that one. Next stream, we're going to be doing a little bit more coding. This time we're going to be exploring Lily Pond, where if you're not familiar with this, if you know LaTeX, this is basically LaTeX but for sheet music. So we're going to be coding sheet music and writing it in a text-based format. I don't think this is going to be particularly practical, but when do I ever do things on stream that are practical? I don't know. Lily Pond I think is nice to have. I might find a use of it in one of my music videos, so maybe it will actually turn out to be useful. on the topic of music, if any of you are interested in sheet music, there are a bunch of other VTubers who work with sheet music in the Sheet Music VTuber Collective Discord. So if you'd like to join that, that is a thing. I personally compose or arrange or do stuff with music almost every week. So if you're interested in that, you can stick around. If you're not in my Discord, you can join there. We have channels for music making, programming, and a bunch of other stuff. If you want to see the stuff that people dropped into the Penbu live channel thread today, that is also there for viewing. Is that it? I think that's it. For anyone who's new here, my name is Penbu, and Twitch is in ads. Okay, we're gonna stall for another minute and a half. I don't know. I think we could do a little bit more testing actually. So title bar gradients. This is another thing that is a little bit irksome, where you need to make a change for it to actually actually, is this even working properly? Hold on. Oh, and you need to make a change to the active title, or to the title bars themselves. That's not good. Maybe that's something else to fix. I'm not fixing that here, but yeah, that should probably be fixed. I think with the history implementation, that could make things a little bit easier, sort of. I think what needs to change here, I think, is it needs an extra layer of abstraction, because things are very coupled with how the active gradient, or with how the gradient works, and so you need a storage layer. You kind of need a storage layer in between the UI and the actual committed history. So now that we have the history, I think that could contribute to the storage layer, or something like that. I realize actually our history implementation has no way to expose the current one. Does it need to? I think when somebody needs it, they can add to this. You know, the whole Yagni principle. But it would probably be another one of these: define property, and then. Actually, no, it's already on .current, so it is exposed. It's just kind of, yeah, no, it is exposed. You can just reach into .current. Personally, I don't expect to be making any gradients that are locked. So the reason why this thing exists is because prior to Windows 98, so I guess Windows 95 specifically, they didn't have the gradients. You only had the flat ones. So this is a thing for 95 style gradients. Or sorry, 95 style title bars, which in my opinion can look nice in certain contexts, but I think the gradients do add a little bit of extra flair, so to speak. Anyway, Twitch, welcome back, Mad. So we're just going to close out. What did I already say? For anyone who's new here, my name is Penbu, and the programming, puzzle gaming, and music making VTuber on Linux. Today we added the undo and redo history to this application in preparation for the 200 follower special. Yes. So for those of you on Twitch, stick around. We're gonna find something to raid. For those of you on YouTube, if the person I find on Twitch is dual streaming, I will also send you there manually. If not, we're just gonna end. And that is it. I think that is it. That is it. Yes. All right. Good night, chat. Bye. right. It's kind of hard to find people for some reason, but I noticed that Lure is streaming, and it's been quite a while since he's. I mean, he came back to streaming a few weeks ago, but before that he was on a 10-month hiatus by accident. He's playing Hollow Knights, nothing programming related, but he is also dual streaming, so YouTube, you get to go there too, if you'd like. If you would like to participate in the raid, there's the raid message on YouTube. If you would want to, you can also do a manual puzzle raid over there. Yeah, can't do proper redirects on YouTube until we get to 1,000. So it's we're about 800 away, I think, give or take. That'll be a long while before we get there. So manual raids we'll have to do for now. But yeah, thanks you again for coming, and good night. Enjoy the Hollow Knight. Fitting, isn't it? All right, bye.